Good evening. Ooh. I call this April 14th, 2026 meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Thank you to those with us here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. Officer Thompson is our Sergeant-at-Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance. This evening, I'll be leading our invocation. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to offer a brief invocation inspired by an old Irish blessing. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face and the rain fall softly upon your fields. And here in Morrisville, we know just how special those simple blessings are. Sunshine on our parks, fresh air on our greenways, neighbors gathering together outdoors. It's part of what makes our community so vibrant and connected. As we look ahead to this weekend, we're excited for Spring Fest, a time when our community comes together to celebrate exactly that spirit. Families, friends, and neighbors enjoying music, activities, and the simple joy of being outside together. It's a reminder of who we are as a town, engaged, welcoming, and always connected. So tonight, as we do the important work of this council, may we be guided by wisdom, collaboration, and a shared commitment to serve every resident of Morrisville. And may we always remember, how can we help? All those who are able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. If you notice anything in the agenda that could be a conflict or look like one, please share that now. Okay, seeing none, is there a motion and second to adopt this evening's regular agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Second. I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, a second from Council Members Garamella. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. There are 4 items on this evening's consent agenda: Town Council Expenditures Rule, Resolution approving updated special event road closures, Resolution authorizing Phase 2B design build for the Public Works Facility Project, and Resolution authorizing Safe Streets for All SS4A grant application. Would any member of council wish to pull any item for discussion, or is there a motion and second to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Second. Who's the second? Okay. I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabati and a second from Councilmember Kessling to adopt this evening's consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0 also. We have 2 proclamations that will be read this evening. Councilmember Kessling will read the proclamation recognizing Earth Day.
Thank you, Mayor Cawley. Whereas Earth Day was first celebrated on April 22nd, 1970, and whereas April 22nd, 2026 will be the 56th anniversary of Earth Day, and whereas new and continuing challenges, including climate change, pollution, sea level rise, and loss of forests, wetlands, and other wildlife habitats, reinforce the need for adequate protections for the air we breathe, the water we drink, the land we inhabit, and the animals we live alongside. And whereas there is scientific consensus that climate change poses a dire threat to our planet and its inhabitants, and that urgent and unprecedented changes are needed to mitigate its worst effects. And whereas Earth Day reaffirms our responsibility in the global effort to combat climate change and protect our planet for all. And whereas all species play a unique role in the complex web of life and contribute to the ecosystem services on which all life on Earth depends. And hence, protecting biodiversity is crucial to the survival of this planet and its inhabitants. And whereas climate change impacts increased and intensified deforestation, wildfires, floods, rising seas, diseases, droughts, and extreme weather, and whereas it is imperative to recognize and understand alternative ways of thinking about sustainable living and solutions, and whereas it is more important than ever to call for a unified global response and to cooperate regionally and internationally to defend the environmental progress that has been thus far gained. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize April 22nd, 2026 as Earth Day and encourages all residents, businesses, and organizations to participate in Earth Day education and activities. And Jim Simmons, of the Chair of the Morrisville Environment and Stormwater Committee, is here to accept this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Earth Day has now become the single largest civic observance in the history of humanity. In over 190 countries, over 100 million people will do something this Earth Day to celebrate what we take care of in protecting the environment. It wasn't always like that. When we got this thing kicked off with Senator Nelson back in 1970, we were also competing with the anti-war contingent, the civil rights efforts, and a whole host of other things that went down, including Watergate and all of that. It was a very precarious time. But today, places like Morrisville have stepped forward and are doing the right thing in a big way. Just earlier, a few days ago, the mayor accepted the Tree City proclamation in a ceremony that was really something to see. I hope you get a chance to see some of the video. But anyway, once again, with our Environment and Stormwater Committee, it's a very active and assertive group, and they're going to do you guys all proud. So thank you very much for this. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. I, for one, do love the mess committee. Councilmember Patel will read the proclamation recognizing Nepal Day.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everyone. On behalf of Mayor Cowley and my fellow council members, it is my distinct honor to recognize a vibrant part of our town's fabric, Nepali community, as I read this official proclamation. Proclamation recognizing April 14, 2026 as Nepal Day. Whereas Nepalese residents living in the town of Morrisville and in Wake County comprise a significant portion of the Asian demographic, which makes up almost half of our local community. And whereas Nepalese residents play a key role in our community by making significant contributions to the economic and social well-being of the town. And whereas the Nepalese provide cultural diversity to this area with their diverse ethnic background, including over 100 different languages. And whereas the Nepalese have been a strong supporter of the US and our allies during the Great World Wars and lost tens of thousands of Nepalese during World War II alone. And whereas Buddha was born in Nepal, and the Nepalese community has always been harbinger of peace, harmony, and tolerance. And whereas the Nepal Center of North Carolina is a non-profit 501c3 organization established in 1999, serving Nepalese American residents across the state of North Carolina. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby proclaim April 14 as Nepal Day in the town of Morrisville and calls for residents to celebrate the past and ongoing contributions of the Nepalese to our community. Happy Nepal Day.
And we have a group of Nepali representatives to come up front to receive the proclamation from Councilmember Patel and say a few words from your spokesperson if you wish.
Actually, can the two of you on the end, can I have you join here on the other side? Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's truly an honor to stand here today as we receive proclamation recognizing Nepal Day from town of Morrisville. On behalf of Nepali community and CNC, I would like to express sincere gratitude to town of Morrisville, the mayor, and all of the council members for the recognition and support. This proclamation means a lot for us. Actually, it's a reflection of true recognition, inclusion, and a celebration of diversity. Nepal is rich in culture, tradition. It is the birthplace of Lord Buddha, a symbol of peace, and a home of Mount Everest, which is the great pride for us and a heritage we carry wherever we go. As we have seen, Nepali community in North Carolina is growing. As a realtor by myself, I've helped many families to move here as well. A lot of families move from different states to North Carolina and contribute to this city in different aspects, social, culture, and economic. And this recognition, this proclamation, not just the celebration of Nepal Day, it is actually the recognition of diversity and celebrating of the diversity. And today, I would also like to invite you all to join us in celebrating Nepal Day, which is happening in April 18th, coming Saturday in Cedar Fork District Park here in Morrisville, where we're expecting over 2,000 attendees. You will have a wonderful opportunity to experience Nepali culture, food, music, and different opportunity to meet different people as well. So I'd like to invite you all to join us in celebrating Nepal Day. It will be definitely a fun event for you all. And at the same time, we'll also, as an NCNC, would like to continue to work in a collaboration with Town of Morrisville in any events like this or in future that helps to strengthen our connection, building more strong community. This recognition basically help us to celebrate the diversity and inclusion as well. Today, I would also like to continue work together, help support each other, and make this city community even more inclusive and strong and better. And thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being part of this special occasion, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd also like to recognize the Nepal Center. They are part of our stewardship program, and they have adopted the Lewis Stevens Drive area over near Breckenridge, and they keep that clean 4 times a year or more. So we always love to partner. Moving on to the next item. The next item on the agenda is Morrisville Speaks, which is our public comment. For those who have signed up to speak, please approach the microphone and begin by stating your name and your residential address and direct your comments to the council. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their thoughts. A timer will start after you state your name and address, and a buzzer will sound when your time is up. We appreciate your cooperation in helping us manage time fairly for all participants. Town Clerk, do we have some people signed up for public address this evening?
We do.
Okay, they'll be going right to that center console there.
First is Stephanie Reed.
Do you want full classrooms or empty nesters? Good evening, I'm Stephanie Reed, also known as Sea Shanty Steph, from 1672 Legendary Lane, Morrisville. I'm here tonight because we need to face a hard truth. Housing policy is school policy. Today, we're seeing the full circle reality of the housing crisis in real time. In Chapel Hill, Carrboro, a perfect storm of declining birth rates, school choice, and restricted housing has hit a breaking point. The district is now forced to consider closing up to 3 public schools by 2027. This didn't happen by accident. It is the predictable result of a community that restricted its own growth for decades. The numbers are a wake-up call. Enrollment there dropped from 12,000 to 10,800. Most tellingly, 71% of those students didn't just switch schools, they left the community entirely. How does the town's population grow while its schools shrink? It's simple. They are growing, but they aren't growing families. When you don't build missing middle housing, the townhomes and duplexes, you effectively price out young parents. When we stop building for families, we trade full classrooms for empty nests. We end up with a town that is wealthy enough to pay the entry fee, but too expensive to raise a child in. We have to look at history to avoid repeating it. In 1986, the rural buffer was created with a noble goal: stop sprawl. The deal was protect the outskirts but grow the center. But they didn't hold up their end of the bargain. They limited growth outside, then resisted density inside. By preserving character in their backyards, they pushed families to Durham and Chatham County, ironically increasing the very regional sprawl and environmental damage they sought to prevent. This isn't just an Orange County problem. The tremors are reaching Wake County. We are already seeing Wake County Public Schools discuss calendar shifts and track changes. Wake County Public Schools plans to renovate more schools than build new ones. They have more middle school seats than students, but they're in the wrong places because our housing hasn't kept pace where families can actually afford to live. Community input is vital for better design, but when input becomes a de facto ban on apartments and townhomes, we are banning the next generation. If we want thriving schools, we need thriving families, and if we want thriving families, we must build homes they can afford. Let's decide today. Will our towns remain vibrant places to raise children, or will they become museums that the next generation can only afford to visit but never enter? Thank you.
Thank you, Town Clerk.
Next is Bob Butler.
Good evening, Town Council, Administrative Dream Team over here. My name is Bob Butler, and I live at 112 Leecroft Way in Morrisville. In my house, we have 2 lists. We have a need list, and we have a want list. The longest list is obviously the want list. And after listening to the budget workshop last week the Town Council had, your want list is considerably larger than your need list as well. As a town council, your job, your job is to use tax money to fund need, and if there's any money left over, prioritize spending money on wants. I assume every department sends to the administrative department a budget that includes wants. These wants then get priced to see if funds could be available to proceed to get their wants. If some of these wants are granted in the budget and taxes increase, it directly affects my ability to procure anything on my want list. I look at the budget balancing options list in one of the slides, and I see mostly wants. The town has the ability to raise money through taxes to fund these wants. Most of the citizens in our town don't have that ability when it comes to their wants. Maybe if you could come off the dais and talk to the senior citizens at the senior committee, at the senior center, who are on a fixed income, you'll realize how your want list affects their lives. I see that a penny increase in taxes and the tax rate raises roughly $1 million. With the reval and the 5-cent increase 2 years ago, you should be set for a while, shouldn't you? I like to paraphrase paraphrase a quote from Everett Dirksen. Some of you old enough to remember that politician from Illinois when talking about 1 cent increase, but it means $1 million. $1 million here and $1 million there, and pretty soon you're talking about serious money. There was a slide at your workshop called the budget capacity, revenues and investments. On the right side of the slide was new investments. There was a line called organizational resiliency for $5 million. That was one of the greatest euphemisms I've ever heard for a slush fund in my life. Maybe y'all should start talking about citizens' resiliency. And that is the penny for my thoughts and my 2 cents. Thank you.
Next is Suresh Narayan.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council and other officials present over here. It is actually a truly honor for me to be with the Nepal community. I served in the Indian Army for 15 years and had the privilege of partnering with a neighboring country. Thank you all for being here. So getting to the point why I am over here, I'm a senior citizen, retired. And I watch very closely what's going on with the senior committee, their needs and wants. People come and talk to me because I'm part of them. I want to take the next step after Bob has spoken about what it means to the senior community, what is this council talking about. If I were to just tell a person on the road, oh, we are going to do a one penny raise. Say, it doesn't matter to me, it's only a penny. But you'll be surprised, it amounts to $1 million for our town of Morrisville. $1 million. So the question is that, why do we need this kind of money? And then I look at the charts where they're spending the money, what is the intent? And like I said, I also want to drive a BMW 7 Series and spend a lot of money. That is my money. Now, when you're talking about a community, you're taking that money, that 1 cent that you're increasing, that's going to cost me about $70 odd a year. Not much, but then we are very low on the hierarchy. The Wake County will say, oh, town of Morrisville is increasing 1 cent, let us also increase. And then the next one, the state comes in and then the country. Being an ex-army person, I see that the war has its ill effects. We are seeing prices at the gas station. Everything price is going up. So it is actually impacting us, the community. So why are we talking about investing in, there is no collateral, no return on investment. Oh, we want to give $150,000 because we want to occupy business in what is that, the parks? I don't understand what that area is, but we want to put in over there. Then we are talking about gas prices going up. We have no voice. We cannot object. But somebody says that, oh, we are not going to increase the EV prices for people to charge their cars. Who's driving the EV cars? People with a lot of money. So we don't want to charge them because they'll get upset us. They'll get upset with us because somebody is going to question. We don't want to deal with it. The town of Morrisville manager is coming up with a budget for 1 cent increase. A statement is made, oh, let's increase it by 2 cents. Who's funding that money? You, me, and the community. So before you finalize the budget, I want to make sure that what we are going to pay in taxes is well thought of. Keep us in mind.
Thank you very much. If you could please give us your residential address as well, please.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
My address is 803 Willingham Road, and I have been a resident of Morrisville for 22 years, or maybe even 24, I don't know exactly. Start counting now.
Thank you.
So my voice, I think, is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Town Clerk?
Next is Praveen Tatinam.
dear councilmen, council members, town staff, and community members. My name is Praveen Patanini. I live on Jadewood Drive at 2004 Jadewood Drive in Morrisville, and I'm representing the Sri Venkateswara Temple of NC. I'm a trustee at the temple. I'm here today along with our Sunday school admin team on behalf of our Sunday school program, which is also called the SVT Curriculum, which has been serving this community for over 25 years. We are also reaching out to the council to respectfully request your support regarding the rental rate for the Cedar Fork Community Center. Every other Sunday, more than 350 children ages 3 to 4 gather at the Cedar Fork Community Center for the last 17 years. These children come from diverse cultural backgrounds, but what brings them together is something simple and powerful: learning values, respect, and how to grow into responsible citizens in this community, many of them call home. Let me share a brief story. A parent once told us, "My child used to feel disconnected. Now Sundays are his favorite days. They feel they belong." And a young student shared, "This is where I learn to respect others and be proud of who I am." So for many families, especially those adapting to new environments, this program is not just a class, it is a sense of belonging and community. And for nearly 2 decades, we have partnered with the town and rented this facility at a resident rate. However, with the recent change to a non-resident classification, non-profit, our annual rental cost has increased by about 50%, which is nearly more than $10,000 per year. And we are a non-profit religious organization, and we rely on the donations that we get from the donors. Based on town administration's guidance at that time, we rented this facility through a Morrisville resident who is also a temple member, and which allowed us to qualify for this resident rate. But for some reason this year, the town staff was adamant that we are non-resident. We are classified as non-resident because the temple is in Cary, just outside of the town of Morrisville, even though it was rented through a Morrisville resident. We have approached the town staff about this rate change multiple times, but they have not provided proper reasons. The only explanation we received is that the temple is outside Morrisville and does not qualify for the resident rate. We also asked the staff to consider a grandfathering option, but it was denied. Over time, our rental costs have grown up from around $12,000 to $15,000 per year to over $30,000, even with reduced hours. Today, if we had rented for the same amount of time for the whole year, we would have paid $40,000.
Okay, thank you. If you have any other thoughts, please email them to the whole council as your time has expired.
Oh, it already expired. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Linda Lyons.
My name is Linda Lyons. I live at 1005 Church Street. I've been in Morrisville all my life. I am very upset that you are thinking about another tax increase. It seems like I'm here every year asking that you do not increase our taxes. We cannot afford it. For new people on the board, I ask that you do not be persuaded to vote for another tax increase. We, the citizens, are at our max. I also ask when you send out another survey, let that be one of the questions you ask on the survey to the citizen. Do you want another tax increase?
That is the end of who's signed up. We do have one online comment as well.
Okay, if you'll Is that to be read? Okay, if you want to go ahead and do that, please.
Maureen Lagaria, 1204 Garden Square Lane. Good evening, distinguished Morrisville Town Council members. I am submitting this public comment today to respectfully urge you to not consider it and ultimately vote for an increase in property taxes at this time. For many residents, the cost of living has already risen sharply over the past few years, and families are already feeling the strain in their daily lives. Energy costs have increased, making it more expensive to heat and cool our homes. Grocery bills continue to climb, with basic food items costing significantly more than they did just a short time ago. Clothing, medical expenses, and gas prices have all gone up as well, stretching household budgets that no longer allow most families to enjoy the same quality time as before. For many in our community, these are not optional expenses, they are necessities. When the cost of essentials rises across the board, there's very little flexibility left. Adding a higher tax burden on top of that would only deepen the financial pressure on families, seniors on fixed incomes, and working residents trying to make ends meet. It is also important to remember that just a few years ago, residents already experienced a significant tax increase. Many are still adjusting to that change. Raising taxes again so soon risks placing an unfair and unsustainable burden on the community. Morrisville is a strong and growing town, and we all want to see it continue to thrive, but growth should not come at the expense of the people who call this community home. At the same, there is a push to construct more high-density housing under the pretext of home affordability. A tax increase and home affordability do not go hand in hand. I ask that you carefully consider the current economic realities your residents are facing and look for alternative solutions that do not involve increasing property taxes. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully submitted, Maureen Lagaria.
Thank you very much. Also, if people arrive after the sign up, we welcome them to address this body. So if there's anyone who would like to address this body for up to 3 minutes and during public address, please do that. I think we have one person now, and then you can be next. Please, your name and your residential address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Patty Chang of 304 Millet Drive in Morrisville. 18 years ago, when I moved to Morrisville in 2008, I was surprised to learn that the fireworks from the Morrisville Community Park could be seen outside of my southern window. And then a year later, in 2009, Town Council intentionally chose, not to host July 3rd fireworks because of economic constraints. And at the time, the town of Morrisville had never incurred any debt. So they were being financially responsible not to host what would have been our normal July 3rd fireworks. Preparing a budget is not like writing down a wish list of all the toys you want for Christmas and expect that your parents will buy all of them for you, all the toys you want on your list. That's just not how it happens. Okay, since year 2020, I should say, just over 5 years ago, Morrisville has grown 10% in population from just below 30,000 people to 33,000 people. Meanwhile, our town budget, while you have been on town council, or this last round of town council members, it has increased disproportionately from 37 million to 64 million. Like a huge increase that doesn't even align with the growth in population for required services. Okay, within a 4 years' time, Morrisville residents got 3 significant tax increases, and that's just unsustainable, especially if we have 300 vacant buildings and offices. And if your intention is to discourage people, businesses from moving to Morrisville and doing business in Morrisville, sure, you could increase taxes. And 2 years ago, we had a significant investor who decided they'd rather stay in Seattle, where their taxes are already high. Why bother moving to Morrisville if the taxes here are if the town council thinks nothing of increasing the burden on residents and for squeezing the working class serfs of this town for more and more money, which, what are you doing with it? If you look at this list, nothing on this list for $1,300,000 is critical. You know, we haven't had a cost of living increase, and most people don't even get that opportunity. You look at the list and find what you absolutely need that you can afford without having to increase taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. And my name is Varma Kanumuri, and I live in 104 Cutner Court in Morrisville, in Breckenridge. Oh, yes, sorry. Again, just I want to add what Praveen mentioned, and also I speak today as a long-time volunteer for the Gurukulam for the last 20 years. And as someone closely involved in guiding the Gurukulam program. So, I know we like the facility and we've been there for many, many years, but some of the challenges I want to mention and what we faced all of these years, especially in recent years. The gym curtain has not been not functional for nearly 2 years. And we have multiple classes actually within the auditorium, and it's very tough with the kids. And actually which affected our ability to run multiple classes and also focus on students. And also HVAC issues during winter months. It's been horrible actually last winter. And it's been very difficult for kids and as well as for parents who come to drop them too. And again, the kids will sit on the floor, and it's difficult with the weather conditions that we had last year, and really it affected us a lot. And we have also encountered pest concerns, including cockroaches and even snake sighting nearby, and which is concerning for kids and as well as the parents. And you know the pest, how kids will disturb if they see any small thing, generally they jump. And we have managed these situations without extreme escalation because we value our partnership and want to the respectful community members. We fully respect the town's policies. At the same time, we ask you to consider the human impact behind these numbers. And we respectfully request consideration of a grandfathering option and a phase transition of transition of the usage, and a partial adjustment recognizing the community impact. And even a small accommodation would help to sustain this program to serve the hundreds of children. For 17 years, Cedar Fork has been more than just a building for us. It has been a place where children find their voice, the families find connections, and community truly comes alive. We sincerely appreciate your time, your service, and your thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in the audience who would like to address this body for up to 3 minutes? Okay. Thank you to everyone who has spoken. If anyone in the audience, well, I want to say, also want to let you know that we invite anyone in the audience who wishes to address the town council to go ahead at a later time to go ahead and send us an email. We welcome comments in the future. They can go to publicinput@morrisvillenc.gov. I didn't follow my red line very much there, but we'll move on to the next item at this time. Next item is item 10, administrative reports. These are for reference only unless council has specific questions. Are there any questions on the Public Works project update or the quarterly capital projects update? Okay, seeing none, continue to move on. We have two presentations this evening. We now invite Catherine Boyle, Battalion Chief of Planning, to the podium. And we'll give the crowd a moment to clear out before you have to begin. Battalion Chief of Planning Boyle, the floor is yours.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay, first of all? No? How about now? All right, great. Good evening to the Town Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, the Morrisville Senior Leadership Team, Morrisville staff, and the community. Like the mayor said, my name is Catherine Boyle, and I've had the pleasure of serving as your Battalion Chief of Planning for exactly 1 year today. Yay. I'm here to talk about our community risk assessment and our standards of cover. So first of all, great question would be, what is that and why are we here tonight? So first of all, I'll say that we are accredited by the CFAI, which is essentially a small component of the Center for Public Safety Excellence. This is an international accrediting body. We go through a rigorous 5-year cycle, starting with document review, which began on April 1st of this year, and it's going to go, if you can do the math right, around May 15th is when we see it ending. At that point, the peer team makes a determination of whether they want to make a site visit or not. That site visit essentially means that they're continuing to assess us for accreditation, which is a good sign. They will continue to verify and validate essentially that we do what we say we do when they arrive in person for 1 week this summer. And then after they have made their final recommendations to us, we appear before the commission in August, and that will be in Chicago this year. So that's our accreditation cycle, broad view. Part of that is the community risk assessment and standards of cover. So the community risk assessment is essentially, well, actually, I'll show you first what that looks like if we're open to that. There we go. Let me not click it. Let me just go ahead and go directly to the browser where I have it up. Okay, so a community risk assessment essentially is a way that we assess our community's risk. So we look at Morrisville from the lens of the fire department and what risks are posed based on incident types that we often see, demographics. We look at our geography, our geology, our transportation networks. All of that factors into our understanding of what risks are posed. And then the standard of cover is really how we respond to those risks. So this time we've created a story map that's a little different, and I'll go into kind of the distinction there in a minute. But the story map is interactive. So we have quite a bit here about Morrisville. It's pretty descriptive. Really where it starts to be a little more Morrisville fire is where we start to look at our network, specifically our jurisdiction. These are all live maps that you can interact with if you like. And I'll go to geo-proximity zones because I think this is the most interesting part. So we show specifically how we break up our department's jurisdiction into planning zones, which is how we break down our understanding of risk into smaller pieces. You can see each of those singled out, and it gives you the overlay of the map so that we can look in there. And you also get population data attached to that. So I'll show you. If you click it, you get our district, but then you can also look at the census tract underneath it. And so that's a good way for us to understand exactly who's living in that area. We also have the National Risk Index factored into some of these maps. further down, you'll see we have our residential structures by age, because the age of a residential structure, for instance, can pertain to the risk that it poses in terms of incidents. So you'll see we have quite a lot here. It's very, very data-informed work, and we've taken the time to build that out as a resource that we can use continuously. I'll go ahead and pop back into, and Kayla, is there something specific I need to do to bring this back up? I'm sorry. Oh. That's amazing, you can control it remotely, thank you. Okay, so that's our community risk assessment, our standard of cover I'll talk about in a minute. But essentially it all belongs in one big continuous improvement cycle. So the reason we're here right now is that every 5 years, in order to show that we have our standard of cover approved and adopted, we of course bring it in front of you. So we use our community risk assessment regularly throughout every single year to monitor risk as it changes in our community. Then from that, we develop our standards of cover. That's how we respond to those risks. Now, every 5 years sounds like a long time, right? In the shorter term, every year we do a gap report. We perform an analysis that informs a gap report, I should say, and that's going to give us information on how we're meeting those benchmarks that are in our standards of cover. If we're doing well, if we see any gaps, what we need to change. Also, quarterly within our department, we run a review and analysis presentation, which looks at that just on a quarterly level. So we're really monitoring trends and feeding back into that standard of cover. So community risk assessment, like I said, it's research and data analysis on Morrisville through the lens of risk. Now, one thing that's pretty cool about the fact that we're now using an active story map is the fact that we have a community risk reduction person now, Natasha. And so she is able to take that information, because it's live data, because it's not just data that's published in a PDF, she can use that to make decisions. Now, for those of you who are a little newer to council, this community risk assessment used to be a part of the community risk assessment and standards of cover document. It's about 100 pages long, and it was a lot of pictures of maps. How long can you use that data for before it becomes stale? So now we have this live version that works a lot better in terms of actually monitoring our community and making sure that we're being responsive as a fire department. Spatial analysis is obviously a major component. You saw the maps in there, and the sources we use tend to be really well-vetted sources. So I've used everything from, we talked about the National Risk Index from FEMA, for instance. I use vetted sources from the census, FEMA, NOAA, which is weather. NC1 map from the state has been a great help. And then of course, Wake and municipal, in fact, even the town of Morrisville provides some exceptional geospatial tools that I was able to use in order to produce this. Oh, and I should say, of course, we also use our own incident reports. So we can map those out so that we understand where our hot spots are. If we're having certain incident types that are occurring over and over again, that's something that maybe Natasha, our CRR person, can look at, and sorry, CRR, Community Risk Reduction. Maybe she can look at that and try to help reduce those incidents in that area. Now, the standard of cover is a direct response to our community risk assessment. So we take that assessment of our risk, and then our standard of cover is how we respond to that risk. It's a lot of benchmarking, as you've probably seen in the report. It's a lot of, we're going to do this in this amount of time. It's how you mitigate risk when you're a first responder. You make it to the incident in a certain amount of time, you do certain things in a certain amount of time, and then you wait for the next incident to come out. So it is inclusive of community risk reduction as well. We do talk about community risk reduction in the standard of cover, hoping to do that a little bit more in the next iteration as well. And of course, we do call those goals or service level benchmarks. That's how we assess our performance in terms of how we mitigate risk. Supporting processes, we have quite a few. That was actually something that attracted me to this department when I first started working here. Well, before I first started working here. So it's quite appropriate that I'm giving this presentation on my 1-year anniversary here. Every year we give a formal annual gap report. So you probably remember a couple of months ago we were here with the annual gap report. It's a direct supporter of the standard of cover. So that's why those two reports are being given like that. Now, both of those, as far as I can tell, used to be administrative reports, but we have new council members and we want to make sure that we are presenting these to you so that we can take questions and be transparent and informative on exactly what we're doing and why. The annual gap report highlights areas of subpar performance, so meaning if we're meeting our benchmarks or not. And then we talk about actual opportunities we have to improve, so we always want to follow that up with a plan to do better. Annual program appraisals, those are department-wide, but they're a little more program-specific. So I'm talking, there's a specific program for community risk reduction, for instance, where it will just go into budgetary use and the plans for that program and whether or not that's being successful. A lot more granular, but it also does support our ability to cover our jurisdiction and cover it well. Then, of course, even more frequently, we have the quarterly review and analysis. That's a little more informal. That's something that within the department, we give that presentation. And it's firefighter facing, so it allows them to see these benchmarks that we're working with, our actual numbers that go with that. And it provides that opportunity to problem solve together. So it's a collaborative environment where we can find ways to move forward. And we've actually found out about quite a few areas where we have problem solved specifically because of that. So it's been a very fruitful process in my opinion. Some highlights of what we've found with our most recent community risk assessment and our standards of cover. First of all, Morrisville on the National Risk Index, generally socially we have very low risk, and climate is our greatest and most costly risk as far as I can see from my assessment. We have a very unique transportation system, especially with all of the pedestrian and cyclist traffic that we have coming through the area, especially with the rail that we have in the area. Those are two spaces where we want to monitor those risks and make sure that we're able to keep everybody safe. In terms of our response, we have seen major improvements in effective response force, arrival times, and turnout times. So meaning getting everybody who needs to be on scene to mitigate a scene or to make the bad thing better. That's our effective response force. So their arrival times and turnout times have improved quite a bit. And we have steady first arriving travel times with slight improvements. So overall, that's quite nice, and I think with the timing there, you can tell that the CAN model has really been benefiting us quite a bit. In terms of timing, so we are in the middle of a transformation. That said, the standard of cover is required every 5 years, essentially, by our accrediting body. But there are triggers that may cause us to change that standards of cover sooner. So you've been keeping up with us. We've had deployment model changes that are oncoming. We do have 2 engines coming in soon. Joint CAN dispatching protocols will be changing the standards of cover. Our community risk reduction focus with a new employee who's specifically targeting community risk in a proactive manner, that can change the incident profile of your jurisdiction. That can change what sorts of incidents are happening the most often, is what I mean to say. So that could change it. It's also the fact that I'm here at all. Now we have data and analysis and performance management capabilities that we didn't have before. And I say that knowing that when I came to this department, it was already exceptional. Now we can go above and beyond on making sure that we are watching this and responding to it the way that we want to be continuously growing and continuously excellent for the town of Morrisville. So that SOC may be changing more often than every 5 years is what I mean to say. Now, I did include QR codes up here for the Community Risk Assessment Strategic Plan. Our strategic plan has been out for quite a while, but it's always good to know it's there. We just updated it the other day. Community risk assessment is what you just saw. As far as opportunities of what we can do in the future, some of those are spoken to in the standard of cover. I believe that with increased ability to use data comes increased ability to respond efficiently, effectively, financially responsibly. I mean, having that sort of data really improves your ability to provide service to your community. We are moving to a singular cycle of performance management, meaning that you will see our performance metrics start to evolve into a more complete system. And I'm excited for that, and I know that's a little vague, but it essentially means that you're going to see a cycle that's more continuous in what we're checking to make sure that we are checking the same thing every single time. We're analyzing it the same way every single time, and those are meaningful metrics that we may not have even had the data to measure 5 years ago. The fire service changes fast. Hopefully, we see reduction in preventable incidents. That's what I was talking about with community risk reduction, and hopefully we also see response time improvements through technology, which I see as a great asset to us and a great opportunity that we are able to seize. In both our community risk assessment and our strategic plan, we do have opportunities for the public to provide input. So I make sure that there is a survey in both of those that you can respond to. We welcome that input. The strategic plan is community driven, it's right in the name. And so we absolutely urge anybody who would like to provide input, we have that space for them. It's a very short survey on purpose. I do not like answering long surveys. I don't know anybody who does. So I made it very, very short, and hopefully we get great information from it because it asks just the right questions. And of course, an opportunity that we have here is further CAM efforts. So Cary, Apex, and Morrisville, and that joint deployment system. I think we have exceptional opportunities there, and in fact, we have formed an analyst group called the CAMalists, specifically to support our departments better with joint analytical brain trust, I guess you could say, to make sure that we're all measuring in similar ways and that we're really walking in lockstep with each other. And that does provide more avenues for improvement. When you have more brains on a problem, it gets a little easier. Next steps. I'll be back on April 28th. We're hoping for an adoption by consent on our standard of cover. After that, once we receive that adoption, we will upload the resolution for the peer team to view. That's something that they like to see, to know that we've spoken to you and we've shown you this and we've received your approval on this. We'll also post that community risk assessment, and we'll post the adopted standard of cover to the website. Right now, we do have the old PDF of the 2020 community risk assessment standards of cover. It's a read. It's a good one. It's very well produced, and I actually do enjoy reading through it. But it is all a PDF, and we're hoping to make that a little more interactive for the public by providing a community risk assessment that's interactive. May 15th, like I said, the peer team is going to complete their review, and then they'll make a determination of whether or not to come to us. We'll enjoy hosting them at some point this summer. And then on August 17th, we will visit the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. They will ask us a few extra questions, we bet, and then hopefully that means we're accredited for another 5 years. Does anybody have any questions?
Yep, I've seen some people indicate that they want, but you didn't really talk that much about the many standards that you have to meet for the accreditation also. This is a different type of presentation, which I really enjoyed. First, we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
Thank you. So it's clear that adding you to the team has significantly increased both our ability to understand the data and to draw insights from it. So I think that that's fantastic, and thank you very much for all of your efforts. I have a couple of questions. So when you talk about the performance management improvements, did I understand that correctly to mean that you would be able to do more effective trend analysis and subsequent program adjustments based on those trends?
Yes, that, and so currently we measure a couple of outcomes, but a lot of what we measure is output-based. And we want to be able to better understand through data our impact on the community, so the actual outcomes that we see. So some of that is essentially, and not to give you too much of a spoiler, but I'm essentially planning on looking at how we manage our performance now, what we measure, and adapting that to modern data collection, because we did just start essentially collecting data in a completely new way. So the NARIS system that was stood up to replace our historical incident collection system, INFERS, that's revolutionizing how we're understanding performance management. So it's collecting data that we never had before. So part of that, yes, is trend analysis, absolutely, and I think that's extremely valuable, and that's something that we have, I think, already shown that we prioritize well and that we can enhance absolutely in the future, soon in the future, really, but also just changing the way we see our performance and making sure that we're, I guess what I'll say is I'm a data storyteller. So I want to make sure that we're telling exactly the story that we are experiencing. I want to show what we're doing in the truest light. So getting us closer to that in our performance measurements and our performance management, and making sure that that gives us the holistic picture of what Morrisville Fire does that makes us great.
I would talk about data storytelling literally all night, but I'm going to confine myself to one more question, which is, on slide 8, you stated that our biggest risk was climate. Could you expand on that a little bit and just describe what exactly you mean by that?
Oh, yeah, so it's actually in the National Risk Index. So essentially long-term weather effects, there's heat, there is damage from ice storms, there's damage from winter storms, there's a bunch of categories, and you can see some of that in the community risk assessment. Storm damage, so there's two different sections essentially to the National Risk Index, and I hope nobody from FEMA is here to come tackle me for saying all of this, but one of them is essentially the risk, and the other is more talking about the financial impact. So while, for instance, I believe it's hailstorms, we're relatively low on the risk there, but the financial impact of when a hailstorm hits is quite high. So in terms of our socioeconomic risk, wow, I really fumbled that one, socioeconomic risk, that's relatively low, like what our demographics and how that informs our risk profile. Those risks are relatively low. We tend to be highly educated, highly employed. There's not much that indicates that we would have a lot of risk for major incidents. What that leaves is climate impacts. So that's where we see quite a lot of that, and I would invite you, there's a map in there specifically, and it's really interesting. I'm not saying that to push off the question, but if you click around on that, you can actually see the National Risk Index for each parcel, not each parcel, each census tract, and it breaks it down by all of those different categories. So all the different pieces of climate, the general risk index, all the way down, and you can see exactly how they measure all of that. It's, to me, fascinating.
And is that the QR code at the end of the presentation?
Yeah, the community risk assessment, so you can find it through the QR code. You can find it through the hyperlink in the first slide as well. A couple different ways to get to it, and we will also have that published on the website as soon as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Garamella, please.
First of all, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I think it was well-paced, and it gave us the information and allowed us through a QR code to go for a deep dive, which I thought was rather a brilliant way to give us more without overwhelming the presentation. So kudos. You know,
Thank you.
that it's an art to try to take this much information and distill it down and still have a very strong message. So just wanted to throw that out there. My questions are related to the camelists. I love that phrase, but as we refine our data models, our data collection methods, and look at our performance management system, we do have an integrated EMS, response system with Carry and Apex. So are other towns in that CAM system using the same tool as us or a similar tool? And have you gotten as far as to agree on certain data points so that the reporting overall will be rolled up?
So we're already using the same records management system, and we have a lot of integration in there. Of course, we're also using the same CAD that we're dispatched through, or computer-aided dispatch, but really it's a dispatching center that we're dispatched through. Now, in terms of further integrating, I actually have a meeting with them coming up where that's going to be a specific question. I know we have interest. I think if you're 3 different departments and you're responding within each other's jurisdictions, you have to understand those other jurisdictions' risks too. And there has to be, to some degree, an agreed upon standard of cover, or at least knowledge of each other's standards of cover, as far as you can go with that. So there has been discussion on at least being able to understand our risk together cumulatively. And I think as we see where our leadership wants to go with the CAM and where our community wants us to go with the CAM, that's going to be something that what I can promise is that the CAMalists will absolutely support that direction and make sure that we have the data support to really make informed decisions and make sure that those stick and have the maximum impact for our community. I don't know if that's a non-answer, but that's sort of where we are.
No, I mean, what you just shared is like a strategic vision of where that group is kind of focusing on, and the current data collection that exists, the shared systems do a lot for that.
Yes.
What is the next step is identifying those key metrics or measures that everyone does in the same way, so you can ultimately roll it up and kind of look across. There's always going to be unique factors for Morrisville and unique factors for Apex. We have different assets, we have different road systems, we have different population, and but the environmental challenges are very similar. Everybody has a railroad running through their town. But I just am very curious also, when we do a call to another community, like to Carry or to Apex, how does that factor into our standard of cover, or how does that affect our performance metrics?
So right now, because our community risk assessment assesses Morrisville, and only Morrisville, we make sure that our standards of cover reflect what we can control, which is, or what we're focused on with that community risk assessment, I should say, which is how we respond to Morrisville. So for now, those performance metrics only pertain to that. Now, the caveat to that is, so we talked about effective response force, right? How we can get all of the assets on scene that need to be there to help make the bad thing better. As I love to say. So that includes units from outside of our jurisdiction. So you think about, for instance, the fire that we had a couple of months ago where we had tons of Carry units on scene and tons of Apex units on scene. Well, that shows effective collaboration, right, between those departments. And so we do count that into our effective response force. But the question becomes, if we start to look more towards how we respond to Carry and how we respond to Apex and how they respond to us, the question becomes, what's a reasonable benchmark to get all the way into Carry's jurisdiction? And how can we stand behind that, and what does that look like, big picture?
No, that makes a lot of sense, that we can control, or I would say Morrisville would be the lead agency, for the fire that recently happened, and therefore all the metrics would be accountable to that agency. If there's another jurisdiction that has an incident, that municipality would be the lead agency and therefore accountable for whatever metric that they're collecting.
That's
So
it.
it makes a lot of sense. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Patel, please.
Thank you. I echo a good presentation. Been in on, like, I was for 9 years on the WAKE 25 Commission, so we hear all these presentations all the time. But one thing with the CAN model, we're all 9001. I think Kerry is 9001, right? Apex is also 9001, like the standards that we have. ISO.
ISO 1?
Yeah, we're all ISO.
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys are all ISO 1. So there is a set standard for performance of ISO 1 because you have to go within 4 minutes or something, and then unincorporated 7 minutes or something, like what we do. So and that is a very strict guidelines because they show all these parameters, and our biggest problem of getting off track is when there is a wreck on 40, you don't reach on time because of the traffic, and they discount those values out. So I'm trying to understand, what is the program performance metrics different from the ISO 1 standards that we have to adhere with?
So that's a good question, and that's part of why I love the accreditation process so much, is that to a degree, if you are using mathematically or scientifically sound methods to come to your benchmarks, then as long as you can explain that and sort of answer to that and prove that that's working for the department and working for the community it serves, then that tends to pass with the peer assessors. So it's more of asking, how is your department specifically attempting to reach excellence, rather than ISO, which is very, to a degree, that's more of it is more standardized. It's more, do you meet this very specific measure? Now, all I can say is that from my experience, I haven't seen many people use what ISO asks us to measure as a standard. Some people will use, for instance, national standards like NFPA standards, for instance, can sometimes standardize fire department response. But what to me is important is that we find something that is reachable and something that we will monitor, and if it becomes to a point where we're continually reaching that we can then go a little bit lower on our benchmark. Continually striving to meet what ISO measures, it's not something I often see in the fire service. I think we just typically don't use it, to be very, very frank, and not that we don't. We of course enjoy the ISO process, and we appreciate the fact that we're ISO 1, don't get me wrong, but I don't know many people who use it as their standard of measurement.
Good. That's interesting, because I was under the impression, or I was told, that the ISO measure is a direct indication of the insurance that companies use for, like, if you have ISO 3, you'll have a higher insurance. If you have ISO 1, looking at the standards, like, you'll have a lower insurance, especially in the commercial section. That is the de facto of how they look into it. So, but I would like to hear more, not now, later. And the other thing, your first slide, I was a little confused when you say community risk assessment from the lens of a fire. Right, like, where is the?
So when I brought up the story map and it said from the risk, or from the lens of the fire department?
Yes.
So the question I have is the community risk only for the fire department, or the police department also has a similar community risk assessment?
I couldn't speak to what the police department currently has, but I know that the community risk assessment for the fire service is something that essentially the Center for Public Safety Excellence provides us these amazing frameworks. I mean, the accreditation process is really unlike any other I've seen. And one of those frameworks is the community risk assessment. So that's very fire and emergency services specific. And when I say fire and emergency services, typically they're targeting fire and fire departments that run EMS and technical rescue and things like that. So I don't know what the police department does. I know the reason that we say from the lens of the fire department is because the community risk assessment that I've built here, really that we as a team have built here, specifically looks at our planning zones and specifically looks at things that would increase fire incidents, so anything that would send one of our apparatus onto the road. It doesn't look at risk for crime, for instance. Now, I'm not saying that that's not something that would be a valuable build at all.
No.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah, and the last I had, you mentioned something about hailstorm. I don't know if you have observed it. I live in Breckenridge, and my insurance has doubled over the past 1.5 year or 2 years, is because everyone is using hailstorm to change their roofs. And it is a huge impact on everyone who has not changed the roof. And it is pretty much a de facto, from what I understood. It's the area which is getting high amount of claims automatically puts you next year at a very high premium. So I wanted to correlate understanding, but not now. But you see from the lens of a citizen, it is completely different. Like, because it's all monetary, and the more the hailstorm damage, the more insurance money that goes as a de facto. Like, take example on the beaches, they stopped giving insurance because of the hurricanes. The similar pattern like that. So this has no relation to that, because that's not a risk in terms of you, but it is a monetary risk by insurance going up for us.
I see. Okay.
So just an observation. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patel, followed by Councilmember Kessling, please.
So thank you for this presentation. I'm sure a lot of work went into it, and as a new council member, it was a lot to digest, but you kind of made it easier. On slide 8, you have mentioned unique transportation system, and I want to understand how does that relate to the fire department and as a risk.
So a unique transportation system. I'm trying to think exactly what I was talking about when I talked about a unique transportation system. I have a feeling that we were talking about, for instance, the fact that we have an airport and we have flyover zones, and the fact that we have quite a few areas where we have highways that we do have to respond to in our area. Unique transportation system, that is a really good question, to be honest with you, because I read over that. I'm just going to be fully transparent. I went, what was I talking about? If we can go to the story map, I might be able to show you a little bit better than I can tell you, if that would be okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Because we do go through, this is sort of what I mean, is the way that the roadways work through, as well as the way that the greenways work through, the location of the airport, and the fact that we also have Amtrak coming through. So it is quite unique in that not every jurisdiction has the airport and the commuter rail and major highways and all of the pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure. It may not be unique in the terms of the broader United States, but to us in terms of assessing risk, it's a unique system that we do consider when we consider risk. I don't know if that's any more clarifying, but that's sort of what I meant by that, and I recognize now that that wasn't the clearest wording at all. I apologize.
Okay, I was just trying to understand what it meant. I'm assuming that what makes the transportation system unique is then the presence of airport, because I'm sure other municipalities have other, other things you mentioned, rail passes by.
The airport makes it unique, but I also think that when we look at response times, I think Councilmember Garamella said it quite well, that when you have incidents on the highways, typically those are going to create quite a lot of excessive response times or response times over what we desire, just because of the nature of it being on a highway. The fact that we have a lot of residents and community members coming through Morrisville and heading out to commute to other areas, that makes us quite unique in my opinion and in my determination of risk. Now, it wasn't something that was weighed extremely heavily in this case. We do see, for instance, and I'll show you this if I can find it quickly. We do see that for better or for
blame
worse.
it all on transportation people because our roads are clogged, and that is one of the unique.
Transportation people. But you'll see exactly where we have these excessive response times more often than not. It's along those transit systems. And some of that is due to traffic, but also some of that is due to the difficulty of even being able to find out where that crash is, exactly what happens. So I'd say all of that combined makes it a little bit unique when we assess risk.
Okay.
Does that clarify a little bit more?
That helps.
Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Kessling, please.
Thank you, Chief Boyle. I really appreciated this presentation, as well as the story maps. I look forward to digging into that in the future. I couldn't agree more on the climate change risks and also the transportation risks here in Morrisville. I'll highlight the role that transportation policy actually plays in increasing or decreasing the climate risks, and I'm happy that we're having a comprehensive transportation plan update presentation after this discussion. I look forward to getting more information on our unique transportation system. So one question that I have is related to our public hearing that we're receiving this evening on a rezoning request to add some above-ground storage tanks of a Class 1B flammable material that would exceed what is allowed in our UDO. Assuming that it's approved, what sort of risks would this pose to the community, and how would that factor into this community risk assessment and standards of cover?
Oh my. So I'll tell you right now, I may wear bugles, but I'm a civilian. So my understanding of risk is a little less great than my fire chief here. If you wouldn't mind if I could bring him up to answer that? Thank you. I'd love to defer to you on this one.
Yeah, so part of this that we didn't see does put out some of the critical tasking of an event that happens, right? So as we look at something like if you want to put above ground tanks or something like that, as we assess the risk of that, tanks being above ground, what happens if they rupture, what if they, if they leak, that feeds into what we need from public safety to help mitigate that accident. So we would look at the emergency response force, how many units we're going to need on scene, how many people, and we just kind of attack it from that standpoint. What kind of timelines do we have? How fast do we need to get those units? What kind of mutual aid are we going to need to help mitigate something like this? What are the exposure threats? Is it close to, living spaces, apartment complexes, something like that? And, you brought up a good point somebody did about, as we look at this, does this include police? And really, this is a public safety, as we look at it from the lens of the fire department, but really a lot of this does pertain from a public safety aspect, whether it be public works, fire department, police department, we're all in that same boat trying to mitigate that. So we're approaching it from the fire department side as we do that presentation, but yeah, so those are the kind of things that feed into when you ask us, if we bring this to the town, is that okay with you guys? With you as the fire department, those are the things that we assess.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Really good presentation. We're expected to bring this back in consent in a couple of weeks. I haven't really heard any concerns that would make me think that we can't do that. So I really appreciate your time. Great job first time presenting to us. Thank you for pinch hitting right there to help us out with that tough question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to roll right into our next presentation. We will now invite Brett Martin, Transportation Project Manager, to the podium to talk about, the transportation stuff.
Yes, let's talk about our unique transportation system. Good evening, Mayor Colley and members of the council. Brett Martin here, Transportation Project Manager with the town. Also joining me tonight are Allison Fluent and Will Anderson with Kimley Horn, which is the town's comprehensive transportation planning update consultant. For tonight's item on the CTP, let me make sure I scroll. Okay, here we go. For tonight's item on the CTP update, we're going to catch you up on the work town staff and our consultant have done since we last came to you on this item in January when we provided an overview of progress to date on the CTP update process since it kicked off last summer. And that update at the time included background on the purpose of the CTP and steps that we have scoped to carry out the update, how the public and other groups have been and will be engaged throughout the plan update process, results from the first round of engagement carried out last October, a review of existing conditions relevant to the town's transportation landscape, which we refer to as the state of the town, the CTP's draft guiding principles, feedback received from the Planning and Zoning Board on those topics, and next steps for the CTP update process. Following that touch point with the council, town staff and Kimley Horn have worked with the town's interdepartmental staff level technical team to develop updated cross sections, we'll call them cross section concepts, for the town's roadways, a universe of potential projects across all modes to be considered for prioritization and consideration of inclusion in the CTP, an evaluation framework that lays out the criteria for prioritizing the potential projects and how the town is engaging the public to provide input on and inform those deliverables. This is what we will cover with the council tonight, as reflected on our agenda. And now I will turn it over to Allison Fluent with Kimley Horn to take us through the first two sections, and I will rejoin you in a bit.
Welcome back, Ms. Fluent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Great to see you all again. You'll be having a cavalcade of presenters from us this evening. Just to give you a quick reminder on our background for the CTP, Brett already kind of teed us up on some of what we've been doing most recently, but why we're here, why we're doing this at all, is that the Comprehensive Transportation Plan really is that visionary document for what transportation can look like both now and into the future for Morrisville. So this is where we identify our needs and deficiencies by understanding kind of where we have been, where we are right now, and what we expect some of those conditions to look like into the future. We do get into specific project and strategy recommendations and then move forward into an action plan for implementation. So you're going to be hearing a good bit about that process today. And just a little bit of a recap of our planning process and where we are within that process right now. We have been with you all earlier in this process. Back when we were in kind of that existing conditions and visioning, we introduced this. Again, this is not the first time you all have done a CTP, so back in that first stage of this process, this was the opportunity for us to gather new data, new information. The town is certainly in the path of change, so we want to get that newest information about our people, about the transportation network, previous plans that you all have, and then move that forward into a set of guiding principles that help us think about the transportation decision-making within the CTP. And that moved us into the multimodal recommendations development, where we spent a lot of time putting together our needs assessment. Again, you'll hear a little bit more about that today from Brett. And then on into our action plan and documentation. So this is where we start to put all of the pieces together, not only understanding what those recommendations may be, but how we're actually going to put some of these things together. Putting together thoughts on our cross sections, what those may actually look like with all of our modes coming into cohesion with each other, our priorities, how are we actually going to advocate for some of these things to receive funding, whether that's local funding, regional funding, or statewide funding. And then ultimately, this will all go into our
CTP documentation, and we'll be seeking adoption by the end of this year. So we're going to start this process with Will walking you all through a little bit of information about our roadway cross-sections.
Thank you, Allison. So to provide a little kind of background on why we include cross-sections and the purpose, we kind of have cross-sections as a way to clarify what all of our streets are going to do throughout town. And this is ultimately a guide that will kind of help developers kind of with their expectations of what they can do and cannot do moving forward. So overall, it's there to kind of align our street design with what the community would like to see and kind of accommodate for the various land uses. And to build on that, we kind of start our development of our cross sections with guidance from the North Carolina Department of Transportation. And they kind of have a myriad of different guidance points that we follow. These can include various things, including lane width, sidewalks, side paths, and other infrastructure for bikes and peds. Additionally, medians and median crossovers and street trees, all of which are kind of topics that came from the technical team as well as meeting with the public. And kind of through all of these design elements, we want to make sure that we are kind of setting a baseline and making sure we are adhering with NCDOT's guidance while also being context sensitive for Morrisville. So with that kind of foundation from NCDOT, we then met with the technical team department, or technical team, which includes experts from various departments, including planning, engineering, public works, parks, recreation, and cultural resources, as well as police and communications. And through the guidance with the technical team, we kind of have some of our key takeaways here. Those include the removal of wide outside lanes and sharrows for other bicycle accommodations, as well as the introduction of bike lanes to facilities where there is not a side path present or planned, as well as narrowing our lanes and narrowing the median widths. And this is a kind of a key alignment with NCDOT's guidance, as well as planning for street trees along our cross sections and adhering with the clear zones from NCDOT. Another key bike ped improvement is increasing the sidewalk width from 5 to 6 feet. And kind of those are the main takeaways from our cross sections development with the technical team as well as NCDOT guidance. We have now kind of gone through all of the streets within Morrisville and taken those and coordinated with our proposed universal projects, which Brett will talk about here in a minute. But we take the universal projects and then make sure we are assigning the right cross section to ensure that the right bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure as well as the other street infrastructure is in alignment with what the community would like to see going forward. And here is just a brief example of how we would change the cross sections for a 4-lane median divided road. In Morrisville, you can see that we've increased the sidewalk a foot, as well as removed the wide outside lane that also accommodates sharrows and changed that to a more narrow lane at 11 feet with a 6-foot bike path, as well as providing a little bit more prescription to the exact right-of-way for that specific cross-section, as this was a key hitting point at meeting with the technical team. We wanted to make sure that we give clearer guidance for our developers, because in the past we had more of a range, as you can see in the top one, which was 100 feet to 120 feet. So kind of transitioning to a more strict 110-foot right-of-way helps them with the guidance. Now I'll pass it off to Brett. All right, thank you, Will. And so now I'm going to jump into potential project concepts to be considered for prioritization and potentially inclusion in the CTP. And to provide some context regarding how the project concepts were developed, we first looked at the projects in the town's existing adopted CTP that have not been completed and carried those forward for consideration. We then looked at a wide range of plans, studies, and project programming documents that have been completed at the MPO level or by the town since the adoption of our existing CTP in 2019 to determine if there are any additional project concepts or recommendations we should include. We then looked at the results of our needs and gaps analysis, identified through an evaluation of existing conditions and how the town's transportation network is currently performing, as well as general feedback received from the public and stakeholders last fall when we engaged them. We also added some new draft concepts for consideration that were identified by the staff level technical team. And with respect to project concept development, we are now at a point at which we are inviting any additional project concepts from you, the public and other stakeholders, and working to get feedback from the same on those that we have already identified. All right, so I'm going to go through these potential projects by mode, and I will note that there are 146 project concepts across all of the modes. And because there are so many, our focus tonight is to bring attention to the project concepts that differ or would be in addition to those identified in the existing adopted CTP. So we're not going to cover 146. However, modal maps and a key for all potential CTP projects were included in your agenda packets for this item. So you have all 140. You have access to see all 146. All right, so jumping right into it here with the roadway and intersection project concepts. We're showing on the slides where they came from, the plans and studies or other documents that these were derived from. And so I'm not going to go through those on each of the slides, but what I am going to focus on is what has changed from the 2019 CTP. We added the concept of a center turn lane along Church Street to provide some operational improvement that would result from separating turning movements from through movements along that corridor. We are starting to see that corridor in various areas not operate very well. Along the entirety of the corridor, it's not really showing bad congestion, but there are certainly a lot of areas along the corridor where operations are not performing well. So that's kind of a first step of addressing that. We also included access management along NC 54 between Cary Parkway and Weston Parkway, which is sort of a carryover from the 2019 CTP. That section of roadway is already widened to the preferred number of lanes, but is still identified for improvement to a median divided cross section. That section is not currently median divided. We also have a proposed new location extension of Southport Drive from International Drive to McCrimmon Parkway to facilitate better east-west connectivity. Here's the big one. We proposed a connection between the previously planned Town Hall Drive extension up to Providence Place and the proposed non-access controlled extension of the North Carolina or NC 885 tollway. In previous iterations of the CTP, connecting the tollway extension directly to Town Hall Drive was not a preferred solution by the town council because of the potential to funnel a significant amount of traffic down Town Hall Drive, which is a lower capacity residential neighborhood serving Collector Street, rather than Davis Drive, which is a higher capacity intermunicipal arterial. So instead, the final solution for the tollway extension in the 2019 CTP was to curve it to connect to Davis Drive and have Town Hall Drive link into Providence Place separately. So the Town Hall Drive going up to link into Providence Place, the tollway extension curving around to link into Davis Drive with no connection between them. Okay? The proposed solution here retains the connection of the tollway to Davis Drive at Little Drive and retains the extension of Town Hall Drive to Providence Place, but proposes a connector between them. Through the interdepartmental technical team for the CTP update, town staff devised this concept to facilitate better connectivity between the Providence Place and Shiloh areas for accessing the future Morrisville High School and existing Parkside Elementary School, and to facilitate more direct travel from northern neighborhoods and freeways to the future town center. But because of the history with various proposed build-outs of the street network in this area, we have posed it as a question for the council for staff to understand if it is palatable to carry forward, for which we are happy to take input at the conclusion of the presentation. Staff believes it would have significant benefits for the community and would mitigate some of the previous concerns by still connecting the tollway extension through movements to Davis Drive, but we also understand there is a reluctance to support a connection there. And lastly, for roadways and intersections, we added all of the intersections that were identified for further study and potential improvement in the town's 2021 intersection improvements study. All right, I know that was a lot for roadway and intersections, but I really wanted to tell the story there for that connection with Town Hall Drive and the tollway extension. All right, so moving on to potential on-road bicycle, side path, and greenway projects. We added a number of side paths to roadway sections not previously identified to have them, which are listed on the slide, and most of these coincide with the removal of outside lanes and sharrows to accommodate bicyclists. However, the Everett Fields Road, Mason Farm Road, and planned Markham Drive extension, they are proposed to provide better east-west connectivity for bicyclists and pedestrians in general in the northern part of town. We also added bike lanes along Evans Road and Northwest Cary Parkway, which also goes hand in hand with the removal of wide outside lanes and sharrows, or to make our concepts more consistent with how things match up at the Morrisville-Cary border, as proposed in the town of Cary's bike plan currently under development. We added grade-separated bike ped connections across the North Carolina Railroad at Kitts Creek, Providence Place, and Shiloh, and across the NC 885 tollway at Kitts Creek. On the slide, it says NC 147. I guess I was 5 years behind. That's been, of course, now converted to NC 885, so I've corrected myself. But I figure you all get what I'm saying. We extended the Sawmill Creek Greenway northward through the town's planned TOD area to Shiloh Park and Barbie Road. We added a greenway connection from Slater Road to the future Triangle Bikeway, and from Aviation Parkway to Crabtree Creek Greenway near HSNC. And we added a greenway connection from Church Street Park to the greenway network within Research Triangle Park. And moving on to sidewalk projects, there isn't a lot to say for new sidewalk projects to be included in the CTP. However, it's important to note that the town will continue to require sidewalk or side path installation with new development or redevelopment for all roadway segments and for all roadway improvement projects. For the purposes of the CTP update, we are deferring to the town's adopted sidewalk prioritization program and criteria to determine where to focus sidewalk improvement resources. And moving on to public transit projects, the 9 new proposed smart shuttle node locations from the alternative transit study were added. However, I do want to note that there have been additional general node locations suggested by council that go beyond these that will be considered through our node prioritization and improvement criteria, which is scheduled to come to council this summer. The results of that will ultimately determine how the CTP identifies future smart shuttle node locations. We added regional passenger rail service, which already runs, well, we have intercity passenger rail, which runs through Morrisville, but of course, the region is still looking at ways to implement regional passenger rail service, and a proposed transit transfer facility and train station in the town's TOD area to support access to that for residents in Morrisville. And we added 4 proposed bus rapid transit routes from the Campo 2055 MTP. One of those alignments is the Western BRT extension from downtown Cary to RTP, which will replace the existing Go Triangle Route 310. It's a current fixed route that runs through town. That is a committed project for which the council will be hearing more about in May and on an ongoing basis thereafter. And so before I turn it back over to Allison and Will to talk about our proposed and still under development project evaluation and prioritization framework, I'd like to provide a bit of background on its basis and what it is designed to do for us. Very simply, it will determine which projects are higher priorities than others based on criteria we establish that dovetail with overall mobility and community goals. The evaluation framework we have developed so far is informed by the CTP guiding principles, which we covered back in January, feedback we've received from the public stakeholders, town council, and the planning and zoning board, deficiencies identified from our evaluation of existing conditions, and if we want any hope of getting anything funded by external parties, funding program criteria and corresponding areas of emphasis from NCDOT's SPOT process used to inform the statewide transportation improvement program, and the CAMPO locally administered projects program. The evaluation framework is designed to and should balance the interests of the town with those of external funding parties to better position projects for funding opportunities. So what do these external funding parties care about? Well, they focus on addressing congestion, a project's benefit cost, safety, and proximity to activity centers through a regional lens and not particularly a local municipality-specific lens. Aside from these areas of focus, the town is going to be more interested in what is important locally, right? For which multimodal accommodation, safety, and connectivity have been identified as important evaluation factors. All right, so now I'm going to turn it over to Allison to take us through the rest of our coverage of the evaluation framework and the remainder of the presentation.
All right, thanks, Brett. So Brett teed this up very well, and I want to provide just a little bit more background about some of how we arrived at the draft prioritization process that we're going to be taking a look at today. So as Brett mentioned, there's a lot of kind of looking at what others are doing that directly affects our funding availability that influences kind of the first steps that we want to take with our prioritization. And that first stop is looking at SPOT. So this is our statewide prioritization process, and I'm sure you all are very familiar with this in varying degrees, but just a quick recap of SPOT. What we're talking about here is essentially the statewide program whereby all of our federal and state funding that's administered by the state is essentially run through this scoring process. We look at all of the facilities. When you look at a particular facility, it's either going to be a statewide level facility, a regional level facility, or more of a division level facility. And each of those different funding categories actually have funding levels assigned to them. So our statewide projects, so think of I-40, great example, those big level interstates and major US routes, they have 40% of the funding available to them. Then you get down to the regional level, those are going to be more of our secondary US routes, and then going down to division level, that's kind of everything else once you get into more of the maybe secondary NC highways and everything else. So you'll note that we have kind of the smallest levels of funds for our regional and division, but the roadway miles increase, or the total facility miles, I guess I should say. So we have to think very carefully about how we are addressing some of the prioritization criteria that are contained within each of these. Now, when you dig a little bit deeper into our statewide level, regional, and division level projects, you'll see that they have very similar but not the same prioritization processes. So for instance, one of the big differences when we look at our statewide projects is that when, let's say, the division or CAMPO is trying to kind of take a look at these, they don't really have a local input score. So the state is kind of in charge of these, right? The state is saying, hey, these are the biggest thing of value to us, so we're going to just score these quantitatively at a statewide level. We're going to move on. When you get more into the regional and division level, there are local input points assigned. Those local input points, I'm going to say that 5 times fast, are coming from typically CAMPO, they're coming from NCDOT division, and so that's a great opportunity for us at the local level to begin to collaborate with our regional partners and bring some of those things forward. So, taking this one step forward, let's take a look at some of the actual criteria that are embedded within SPOT. So, as Brett mentioned, a lot of the things that are typically coming to the forefront as a part of this, you see congestion, benefit cost, also freight, safety, when you get to the statewide level, economic competitiveness, and then when you get more into some of the modernization, things like lane width and shoulder width come into play, and then some accessibility and connectivity. You notice our projects are somewhat divided by mobility, project types and modernization project types. So there are kind of two similar yet, again, not quite the same things at play here. So that's one side of the coin, but then we want to take a look at the other side of the coin as far as some of these other regionally available funds, and that is our LAP process, what we call our LAP process. Essentially, what are these funds? These are directly attributable funds that come to our region. These are funds that essentially, because of our region's size, we are able to have a subset of our federal funding come directly to us so that our region is able to develop its own prioritization process to say, hey, we think that we want to allocate this in a way that's more beneficial specifically to the region. And so the LAP process is what has resulted from that. Campo does a really great job providing education. If you want to learn more about LAP, they have all sorts of resources available to this and offer trainings as well. Which I believe several of you all have attended over the years. So they have their own set of scoring criteria. I'm just showing the roadway and highway series of scoring criteria for this on this slide. But again, we're talking about things such as highway effectiveness, planning consistency. So this is thinking about consistency with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan and prior agency funding. You also see local priority. So local points come into score here. So this is a little bit of a different flavor than what we see in the SPOT process. So this is really a place where I guess I would underscore collaboration with our regional partners is critical in order to help us be competitive for LAP funding, which you all have had some success with in the past. So now we want to kind of put all of this together when we start to think about our starting point for project evaluation and prioritization. And we're blending this, of course, with what we've heard throughout this CTP process, because while those are incredibly important driving factors for us when we think about the SPOT process, we think about the LAP process, they can't be the entirety of that equation, right? We need to understand what we've been hearing from the public, what we've been hearing from our stakeholders, and what maybe emerged from our goals and objectives development process. That's what you see up here on screen. So just a quick orientation to this matrix. We have the prioritization criteria kind of up at the top. So just generally, that's kind of the category that we've assigned to each one of those criteria. The next row down is what we're calling the measures. So this is actually how are we going to apply the data that we have available in order to measure the established criteria. You'll see below that a few helpful pieces of information, which are the connections to those two funding programs that I mentioned, and also to our CTP goals. And just kind of skimming across that, you'll see those X's that kind of show us where we have a correlation with SPOT and LAP. There are a couple X's with little asterisks by them for bike ped effectiveness and transit effectiveness as they relate to LAP. And I did just want to call those out. You'll see kind of at the bottom there. Bike ped and transit are not explicitly included in the LAP roadway scoring criteria, but they're scored using separate criteria specifically for those modes. So we felt like there was a strong correlation with those two as it relates to LAP. But then there is one additional criteria that we felt was a unique addition based on what we've heard and kind of what I would characterize as the unique transportation system in the town of Morrisville, which is roadway connectivity. From the first meeting that we had with you all and echoed throughout our public feedback, we've heard about challenges with connectivity, whether that's with our larger scale arterials or between our neighborhoods. And so establishing a roadway connectivity criteria that's measuring the directness of travel was something that we felt would be a valuable addition and that addresses several of the goals that are contained within the CTP. So our next steps for project evaluation and prioritization are obviously to confirm the projects that we want to actually move forward into that process. The prioritization is actually a part of what we're getting feedback on right now from the public, stakeholders, and obviously you all and the Planning and Zoning Board through this ongoing engagement period. Based on some of that feedback, we'll be moving forward with assigning some weighting to those prioritization criteria, and then actually scoring projects and sharing the results when we come back to you all in June. So speaking of engagement, I'm going to turn this over to Will to bring us home with a quick recap of what we're doing right now in public engagement.
Yes, so we kind of had 3 phases of engagement for this CTP update. And the first was kind of our key touch point with the public. This was from August 2025 to January 2026, where we had multiple engagement events, including a public house. We were at Diwali Festival, as well as the Boo Bash. We had some other touch points through an online survey and other materials as well. We had then we took all that feedback we got from the public and then transitioned into our second phase, which was more focused on working with the technical staff and experts from the town to kind of utilize all of the information we got from the public to kind of direct this into how we developed our project recommendation or draft project recommendations, and it influenced our cross-section development. With that, we then took all of that and showed you guys the draft recommendations today, which we are then going to present to the public. Well, we've already started presenting to the public with we went to the farmers market this previous Saturday, and we'll have multiple other events that kind of just focus on getting their feedback on both the cross-sections and the UOP. And to kind of just emphasize what we are doing for this last round of engagement, it's primarily focused on getting feedback for those draft project concepts, which will then go into informing our prioritization method. And additionally, we will also have time for the public to review the final CTP draft documentation at the end, once we've taken their other feedback into consideration. And to kind of conclude, these are the events that we have for the last phase of engagement. As I said, the Western Wake Farmers Market, and then Springfest. We'll be at Springfest this Saturday. We'll also hold a public workshop April 21st, and then we'll also have another touch point with the town staff technical team, as well as the Planning and Zoning Board this Thursday, and then another touch point, as well as another touch point with you all. And then additionally, we have an online survey that will run throughout all of April. And in this, it's built on an interactive map as well as a interactive survey. The survey aspect is requesting feedback on how we prioritize our different modal methods, including intersections, roadway, pedestrians, transit, and bicycle. Some of the topics that you will see within this part of the survey include prioritizing street connectivity, congestion, safety, the benefit cost, activity center access, and multiple other kind of criteria points. And all of this will then go into informing how much we weight each of these criteria, which kind of alludes to what Allison had mentioned earlier. In addition to that aspect of the survey, there's also the interactive map. You can toggle between the different universes of projects, including the roadway, transit, bike and ped, and then the sidewalk. And here, people or community members can leave comments and then indicate which projects they are excited about or which projects they have concerns about. So now I will turn it over to Brett for the next updates. All right, so as Will mentioned, engagement is going on right now. The survey is open right now. We're hitting pop-up events right now, and we'll be carrying that through the end of the month of April. And then we'll take all that information, and we'll begin evaluating and prioritizing the universe of projects that I presented to you today. In June, we will come back to you, and we will share with you the results of the engagement, and we'll share with you the proposed prioritization. Okay, and that will be at your second meeting in June on the 23rd. We'll also be going to the Planning and Zoning Board. In June, we'll go to the Planning and Zoning Board before the Town Council to share that with them, to get their input, so that we can then share their input with you at your June 23rd meeting. And then following up from that, we will begin drafting the implementation plan, or we will solidify the implementation plan and start putting together the CTP documentation. Again, that will come back to you at a later date for you to consider. And then now it's time for us to hear from you. So we put on the slide topics of potential feedback that you could provide, but feel free to provide whatever feedback you have. This just is meant to prompt you if you have anything along these lines. And so let me turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Very thorough presentation. I have first Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
Thank you, Mayor. For purposes of the public, I first wanted to just acknowledge the staggering and astounding amount of work that goes into a presentation like this. And so I wanted to really thank you for the presentation is just very, very clear. And I kudos, because there is a lot of backup data in here. So one thing that I'm looking at the feedback questions and the project concepts missing from the universe of projects. I might have missed it. Are there Morrisville Parkway projects included in these plans?
So let's go to the map. There's so much.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I'm having a little bit of trouble reading the map. So if it's here, I apologize.
So you'll see on the map, Morrisville Parkway, there are 4 intersection projects identified. There's one on each end, one at Davis Drive and one at NC 54, and then there's some in there in the middle. This map doesn't necessarily, so the problem with these maps is it just says, hey, we need to do something here. It doesn't say what, right, and why. And we tried to put some of that information in the key to the maps for the projects. But yes, I guess the short answer is yes, Morrisville Parkway improvement projects that the council actually adopted a resolution to authorize staff to submit an application for a Safe Streets for All grant. That would be considered in there.
Because the reason I'm asking is because I remember talking about Morrisville Parkway, and I know that we were discussing planting trees in the medians and making the unwidening the lanes, so I would expect to see just more kind of color on Morrisville Parkway here. It looks like this is specific to the intersections that already exist, but I mean, don't just take my word for it, but I would like to respectfully submit that on one of the questions is, do the recommendations in the universe of projects match council's sense of where the biggest needs and opportunities are? I consider Morrisville Parkway to be an area of biggest need and opportunity. So that's one comment. And then, so the other one, are there project comments that shouldn't be carried forward? If you go back to slide 15, so like I said, these maps, I reviewed them at home in black and white, so you can imagine how helpful that was. But but I want to make sure that when we're talking about bike lanes and especially where there are going to be bike lanes that aren't existing, I want to make sure that we have continuity of bike lanes along the roads, because I just feel like, I would defer to Councilmember Kessling on this probably, because he's the bike guy, but it seems to me that every time you have to get onto a road, off of a road, and onto a greenway, that's another reason for people not to use the bike lanes and to have more cars on the road. So if there's some way that we could indicate, if let's say there's a miracle and all of this gets done, where the potential gaps would be and potential mitigation strategies, I think would be helpful. Oh, and then the only other thing is down here under what's changed from the 2019 CTP, the second bullet from the bottom, Greenway connections from Slater Road to future Triangle Bikeway and future Triangle Bikeway. As far as I know, there isn't funding committed to the future Triangle Bikeway. Is that still consistent?
That's correct,
yeah. Okay, that being the case, I would prefer, honestly, to ignore projects related to the Triangle Bikeway until there's more indication that the Triangle Bikeway is more than just vaporware. So I would be in favor of taking that specific project, that like half of that project, I'd be in favor of just taking that out. Because I don't think it's worth pursuing to waste a submission on a project that's essentially going to lead to nowhere.
Yeah, just one response to that. So a lot of these are not committed, they don't have committed funding. And so there's a lot of instances on this map where we do provide connections to something that's not committed per se. So Stirrup Iron Creek is an example. We're trying to get that funded, but it's not, and there are actually parts of it that are built pretty recently, but it's not holistically a funded project.
Right.
And we do provide other connections in here, mainly just to provide that connectivity to that greenway. So my question back to you would be, is that something you hold just conceptually across the board, or is it just specific to Triangle Bikeway?
So I think that specific to the Triangle Bikeway, I think that the Triangle Bikeway is a project with more moving parts than your actual project. It has to be funded over multiple municipalities from multiple sources, and I think that's in a class by itself. So I'm not necessarily opposed to taking a long-range view of what might be there. I'm opposed to taking a long-range view of what might never be there, I guess is the best I can do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, please, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
Yeah, I think, let me pick on your last thing. From my understanding, these are just a drawing of the map with no funding, and it's done once in 10 years. So, right, so if we don't keep it, they will not give a connection in the overall bigger picture whenever that happens. So it is in our decremental, if we don't put this connection, whenever it happens, then only we give the money, our part of it. We are not giving any money right away. We're not giving anything to anyone, only when that's, as you rightly said, it's a bigger project and we are just a small piece in the whole thing. And I expect 10 years or 8 years from now, or if at all, it will be done. So I don't see any harm in keeping it or to take it. For taking out, I see the harm is there will not be a connection for Morrisville, and it will just pass through, is my only thing.
Right, but the only thing there is for it to go past Morrisville, we're still going to be, you guys keep me honest, but we're still going to be on the hook if it passes through any part of Morrisville. We're still going to be on the hook to fund part of that, correct?
It depends on how it's funded. So there are, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but Mecklenburg County just in November adopted a 1% additional sales tax for transportation improvements on top of the half-cent sales tax that they already have for public transportation. So that seal has been broken. The legislature allowed them to do it. Campo has actually assumed in the 2055 NTP for the last 2 decades of that 30-year plan that funding source would be coming in. And it actually allowed a lot of projects that were in the unfunded portion to be put into the horizon, to the 2055 horizon of the plan. If something like that comes along, a decision could be made to pay for it 100% from that source, right? And then there's not necessarily, Morrisville's not necessarily on the hook, and the other municipalities are not. So, but no decision has been made on how it would be funded. And there's, in the absence of that, I'm assuming the only other options are a federal grant of some sort or the spot process. And in both cases, 20% contribution has to come to the table from those that are trying to make the project happen. And of course, in that case, more than likely, Morrisville would be on the hook for some type of cost share.
Okay, so given what Councilmember Garamella just said, as long as we're not expending A, energy, or B, money on it, I'm fine with leaving it in. But as I say, I don't speak for the whole council, but I really firmly feel that until that's going to be a reality, I just don't want us spending time trying to get it funded, energy trying to get it funded, money changing hands of any type. So it's fine with me if it stays in there, as long as we all understand that it's not going to be a focus of our efforts.
It is not a simple project, so I get where you're coming from.
No, thanks, because we are like 1.01% of the overall. So let that all come through. So I have a couple of questions. The 147 extension to Davis Drive, I'm not interested in that, period, because the land has already been bought by Fujifilm in 2023, and the DOT right-of-way has been taken away. And I don't see, with the existing traffic that we have and all the kind of things that we have, it is only going to create more traffic on Davis Drive. And yes, we were all part of that original where we did not want any 147 to come into Town Hall because of the reason is, as you rightly said, we are residential based, and when with we are already talking about 45, 35 for the aviation airport boulevard extension, and this is coming off the highway. I don't see an added value for us. So that is number one. And number two is, you said something saying that we are opening up a lot of other intersections. I would like to see a very detailed list, what that list, you are opening up, because you said many other, roads and extensions will be opened up. So I was not sure what you meant by that.
I'm not sure. I don't recall saying that, but no. I mean, what you see on the map is what we have.
Yeah. So for me, when I was first introduced to the CTP in 2019, I learned the whole process, and they said, like, once the line is drawn on the map, it stays, till something happens, and we take. So I want to ensure the changes from 2019 CTP to now, other than these bullet points, what are the detailed additions that I would like to see, in black and white. That one is where, like, I'm interested in.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. So in that, one thing we could have done in the key that we didn't do, that I wish I had done, is highlighted what is changed, what I covered in some type of color to let you all know, hey, this is different.
Yeah. So.
And we can still follow up with that.
Yeah, that is for me the most important thing right now, is to understand what is changing, what is coming, what is going, any delta change. I think I would be in a better position to, ask you more questions after that. But right now, I think that's my number. Like, see, Turn Lane along Church Street, excellent. Kim Lee Hong, Dave, Kevin had come, he had talked about the whole thing. So those are easy ones. Those are access management around our traffic management kind of things, but and also extension to Southport Drive to International. I know like there's issues with the stream and all those things, and we had to pay money because we didn't have proper way of handling it. But that is okay. That is helpful. But any residential areas where any additions, I would like to see those things.
Yeah, we can follow up with that.
Okay.
It's kind of something I wish I had done.
Yeah.
To prepare you
I think
better
you
for
would be
this.
happy if you do it because it will open up a lot of issues. Okay, thank you.
And I will say, you know, some of these projects are not going to be, there's more detail to provide, but we're not designing them, right? That they're designed, I mean, just, you know, we can give you what would be like the cross section, right of way width, that sort of thing. Maybe a guesstimate of design speed. But we can't really give like very specific design because they have to go through a process to determine that. But,
And also, is it this time when you do a latest counts, traffic counts on all these streets? Because I know like Courtney at the time when she was saying like that Kimley Horn had given like, okay, Church Street, this is the traffic count. Every street had a traffic count. And to understand what the real in and out is, Davis Drive and others. So I want to see a comparison of the traffic counts from 2019 to this latest one to see how much growth we had.
yeah, we have that, and that actually we did that with the state of the town, the existing conditions component of the CTP update process, where we have traffic counts that were collected by NCDOT. The town does not have its own traffic count collection program. But
But I get that. But is it not part of the CTP that we do the traffic counts because street by streets and like at least the major streets is what I understood we would be doing.
yeah, we have to take from DOT from already collected, and we have them modeled. We have them.
Yeah, whoever,
Yeah.
you know, but at least I would like to see the comparison 2019 and 2018. Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Shkreli Johnson, followed by myself.
Thank you for all the hard work on this. I know this is a Herculean task, and we still have some tweaks and questions despite a lot of the detail shared tonight. I have several items, some need questions, some don't. But the first would be relating to slide 9 and some of the subsequent slides after that. With the new adjusted lane design for the major roads, there is a significant wider footprint or right-of-way needed for those major roads. Are there examples of roads that this design would apply to? And I assume Airport Boulevard Phase 1 has already been designed, so that would not be applicable. Aviation Parkway was not on the list, or the map that had a color that said it's pre-design or something, so I don't know if aviation would be applicable for that new bike lane design.
So it wouldn't. Anything that is noted on the map as existing and committed, or we'll just refer to them as committed. So in that gold color, it's already at a stage of design where we can't really unravel that.
Right, it's like a committed design in a way.
Right.
Okay. Also, we haven't adopted this plan, therefore they're going to the current adopted plan standard, which is the other narrower kind of roadways. Are there examples of other changes to roadway designs, or is this the one that has the most changes, the 5 to 6 foot sidewalks? And the reason I ask that is as we develop additional neighborhoods or new commercial apartment buildings, would those sidewalks go from 5 to 6 foot as well?
So if the CTP is adopted with the cross sections generally across the board having the sidewalk width go from 5 to 6 feet, if there's new development that goes in where a sidewalk does not exist, or even where a sidewalk does exist, then at that location along that frontage, it would go to 6 feet. The sidewalk would need to be 6 feet. It could also be redevelopment that crosses a certain threshold that would require it as well. So those are two examples of it. And then, of course, the other way it would be implemented is we really, with DOT, want to start with roadway projects that they're implementing on their thoroughfares. We really want to start with our cross sections. And DOT will review these as part of the CTP update process, right? And we'll get feedback from them, and we'll probably argue with them about what we want. But, and they'll say, I don't know about this, but this is, the cross sections are always our starting point for, hey, here's what we want you to do here. With this widening project, with this access management project, or whatever, modernization project.
Very good. I was, just thinking ahead to future development, how, going from a very simple change of 5-foot to 6-foot sidewalks does improve mobility, but it might impact the number of units available for a specific parcel of land. So I'd like to see some more, maybe a few examples of potential land that would be in scope, because we have a lot of existing, but to know that what opportunity that might have on our future mobility within the town.
Right. Yeah. And one thing I will tell you is generally across the board, we are narrowing. It depends on the situation, but in a lot of cases, we are narrowing the required right-of-way width. And so one of the points I wanted to make, of course, is with narrower lanes. Again, that helps keep the design speed lower.
Right. It's a natural traffic calming framework.
Right. So there's other things that we're looking at that would narrow the right-of-way. I think it depends on where we're at. And one of the things we haven't done yet that will come back to the council is matching the different cross-section concepts to actual roadway segments. And one thing that I'm hearing that would be good to bring back is, what is the impact one way or the other along those roadway segments? We're going from this to this, what is the right-of-way width impact? Because that's really what's going to determine whether or not we're taking more land from development.
Right. Very good. Okay, so the next area I wanted to mention is Aviation Parkway. Now, I know Mayor Pro Tem did mention Morrisville Carpenter, but as many of us know, Morrisville Carpenter becomes Aviation, and Aviation is the project where we desperately need to have an expanded road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes that has been suspended and reprioritized many times. I would hope that we prioritize that. And I did not see that listed in the later section of your presentation. I saw like Airport, I saw McCrimmon, I saw Church Street. I didn't see Aviation. It was listed in the beginning, but I just want to make sure that it's highlighted, Aviation by Church, or Aviation by 54. The next question you had is the tollway connection. I do not support the tollway connection. I think that we do not need that at this time, especially with the Davis Drive expansion proposed that will carry a larger flow of traffic, and the flyover with McCrimmon and the proposed expansion there that should offset mobility there. And then the Triangle Bikeway, I do believe that with a transportation plan, it's a strategic plan of potential future for our town. And when we draw lines on the map, we are showing that strategically we are committing to that flow, to those standards, and to the framework. The Bikeway project is multi-jurisdictional, and if we don't have something on the map, then we will be overlooked. We need to make a commitment to that. That does not include a financial commitment. Finances is a whole secondary process, but we need to have a line on the map showing where we believe the bikeway would be best for our community. I don't want someone else making that decision like NCDOT or somebody. I want us to drive the narrative of where the bikeway would be and how it would connect. So I am in support of leaving it on the map, and making sure that we are clear to future development, or, you know, where that bikeway would be, and that way legally, building could not be on the lines where we believe the bikeway should stand. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of thoughts, and I'm going to jump through the presentation, and then Councilmember Patel is next. On slide 14, we're talking about a center lane on Church Street. Is that going to encompass moving curbs, or is it wide enough now to do that without such large work?
So, I mean, it depends on where you're at along Church Street. It's not a consistent roadway section throughout. I think in some parts of it, it would, you know, because you're basically essentially putting in another lane where you might just have a 2-lane section and that's it. So, yeah.
So it would have to be a pretty large pain point to make that one rise on my priority list.
Yeah,
That's pretty much just going into subdivisions, right? Other than the McCrimmon.
Yeah, the thing is on Church Street is there's a lot more. I think actually from the 2019 CTP to now, the traffic on Church Street went down a little bit. But we have a lot, if you look around, there's a lot of development proposed around it that will.
Yeah.
So, you know, long term, it will probably serve a lot more trips. And there's a lot of land uses along Church Street where there's a lot of turning movements happening. And when a turning movement is happening on a thoroughfare with just a 2-lane section, there's no through movement, right?
You're stopped for as long as it is.
Right, it stops that through movement. And so that's kind of the thought process here.
So I would ask if you guys can do an analysis where you're thinking about doing those, which ones cause curb changes and which are just striping. Because low-hanging fruit is great, right?
Yeah, and you know, I mean, a lot of these are going to cause curb changes if there's a curb. You know, some places there's not even a curb; it's just open ditch drainage. But
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
New pavement.
Right.
Yeah. So also wanted to go back to slide 11. So this seems pretty foundational. I'm not necessarily a fan of going from 120 feet to 110 feet. I don't see what the plus is by doing that. I do not see separated bike lanes. I think separating the bike lanes is very important. So I'd retain a couple of feet there in order to do that, because I don't know what the general speed limit's going to be on some of these roads.
So one thing about this is an example. This is just an example cross-section change. This is not necessarily. So keep in mind, we're developing multiple different cross-sections, like so many to be on the bench, to be able to apply to different roadway segments based on how they're appropriate. So what you see here is just one of many cross-sections. What it's doing is it's saying, okay, right now in the CTP, there's cross-section 4A, which is 4-lane median divided, and it's the wide outside lanes. No bike lanes, no side paths, nothing like that, just the wide outside lanes and the sidewalks. And so for that particular cross-section, it's converting it to one with bike lanes. There's another cross-section that has the same roadway characteristics in general, except for it does have the side path. So I just want to make sure that what you see here is not like the cross-section for just a 4-lane median divided. There are multiple.
I understand.
Sure.
Allison?
Sorry, Mayor, one other thing to add. As Brett was saying, because we do have a large number of these cross-sections that we've kind of drafted, part of that was to also do a bit of a review of what's out there right now. Some of our facilities, for example, looking at the new McCrimmon and the characteristics of the bike lanes that may be out there currently. And understanding where places we don't have the opportunity to move a curb line. It may be a bit more constrained. So I think going back to the example that you mentioned, we felt like there may be some instances where not having that buffer is going to be the most realistic, given that we're just constrained from a right-of-way perspective. And then there are other instances where we may be able to add a side path or some separation. So again, this is just one of the examples, but that's why you see that particular example here.
Right. When we put these lines on the map, the developers will have to adhere to them. So I'd rather have a little bit more to meet the needs than not. And I think there's very few actual bike lanes in Morrisville. One of them is Crabtree Crossing. I take that a lot. And there's not a lot of traffic there, so it's okay. But I wouldn't want to, even with a bike lane, I wouldn't want to be on the road at Morrisville Parkway, for example. So we need separated bike lanes. If we're adding any more bike lanes would be my strong recommendation. And if that means we have to add 2 or 4 more feet to these cross sections in order to implement that, I think that's better than giving up those extra 10 feet proactively for maybe a benefit to developers. So that would be my strong thought, that if we're going to make anything that's going to be useful for biking in the future, that it's safe. So like Mayor Protem said, I'm just one of us, but that would be pretty important to me. For the 147, I haven't really heard anything that makes it more strong to implement it this time than last time when we decided against it. I'm very concerned about having a lot of traffic funneling down to Town Hall. I want to make sure that we're able to get to the new high school, but I think Davis Drive will meet those needs adequately, rather than opening up what could be a Pandora's box for a neighborhood. On slide 24, it looks like you have phase 1 of Airport Boulevard, which is grade separation first. Is that kind of backwards?
I'm sorry, what are you
That
looking
very
at?
top, Airport Boulevard, phase 1, that's not grade separation, right? That's phase
So
2?
that's just an illustrative, that's from the 29, that's currently in the 2019 CTP. That's just put on the slide to be illustrative for what the prioritization and phasing of roadway improvements looks like now in the CTP.
Okay, so I'd be interested to know what of any of those are completed in like another slide. Like what improvements have we actually made from those recommendations in 2019? Because if it's only a couple, what can we do to actually get more of this done this time through? Is it the ones we're choosing? Are they too difficult, too expensive? What can we do this time to get more actually accomplished? Triangle Bikeway, that's a really high priority for me. I think that we're going to be very aspirational, and I would like to connect appropriately. I want to make sure that we do have input, as was mentioned by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, but I really do want to keep that as one of the things that we're looking forward to partnering with, and keeping it on this map will show that we want to be part of the community supporting that. Because I think that's partially chicken and egg. I think it will happen when municipalities show support. I like the idea of moving the sidewalks from 5 to 6 feet. I think, and generally, I think side paths are going to work better than bike lanes in general. If I'm taking my 4 or 5-year-old, I don't want to be on a bike lane. I want to be on a side path anyway. So as we're really family oriented, and I think that'll be helpful because side paths can be used by pedestrians or bikers. Bike lanes can only be used by bikers. So I think side paths are more flexible as well. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much. Councilmember Patel, followed by Councilmember Kessling.
So thank you, Brad. That was a great presentation. I'm struggling to understand out of all this project listed, what is already funded and what is not. I see on some of the maps you have listed existing and committed grade separation or existing and committed intersection projects. So those are already funded projects. Yeah. Can you tell me a little more about the Town Hall Drive extension. What is that? What I heard you mention it connecting to Providence Place.
Yes, so in the current CTP that we have now, the blue lines that you see up there, everything is the same except for a connection between the Town Hall Drive extension up to Providence Place and the tollway extension to Davis Drive. So all that we would be doing is adding a connection between them. But what's in the current CTP has the tollway extension curving around to Davis Drive, and it has the Town Hall Drive extension up to Providence Place. And if a developer were to come in today, for the portion of it that's within the town of Morrisville, that's what we would have them do. Because that's in the adopted CTP, which ties to our Unified Development Ordinance. Now, the connection is not, that's proposed. That's new. That's just something that I wanted to bring to the council to consider for the reasons that I mentioned earlier, but understanding the history here and some of the reluctance to bite on that.
So if we take out the tollway extension, would there still be a connection from Town Hall to Providence Place?
I mean, we can do whatever the council wants here. Just because it's in the current CTP doesn't mean we have to carry it forward.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's important to have another exit point for Providence Place because it is so close to the railroad crossing. And if something like chemical spill were to happen, similar to one in Ohio in 2023, Providence Place has no other exit point on the other side of the neighborhood. So it's also a public safety issue, in my opinion. But I think those are the only comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kessling, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Brett. I appreciate the presentation and seeing all the projects. I think the more we can get out of NCDOT, the better. Echoing Mayor Pro Tem Rabati's and Mayor Cawley's concern about, one, the disconnected bike lanes, as well as the protected bike lanes. I do think that obviously if we've been designing it one way and then we change it, there might be some disconnect there. So definitely updating it for that. Appreciate the move away from the Sharrows. I think that it just doesn't feel safe when you're a cyclist and whatnot. To answer the Town Hall Drive extension, I liked what Councilmember Patel was saying, is that maybe definitely connecting Providence Place to McCrimmon, but maybe not into the tollway. I don't know if it makes sense to connect the tollway into Little Drive there, but I will say on this map, I would like to see the G21. I think it's fine as it is, but it should probably connect to Little Drive as well as connect up into Providence Place and Shiloh. I'm thinking also about the high school that's there, and also a safe routes to get to that high school. And I think if you were in Providence Place, a parent or a child, that you'd have to rely on your parent to get you to the high school if you didn't have a car, or the bus. But if you connected that via the Greenway, then a lot more people could ride their bike. It probably actually would reduce congestion on the roadways because now there's not as many cars, but people can bike there safely. So that's a comment that I have there. And one of my questions actually was, does the plan address how alternative transportation projects can reduce congestion? I think making those adjustments, that probably would be an example of that. Same thing with, does the plan identify and recommend safe routes to schools? Right. And then also with, are there any multi-jurisdictional connections with Cary that are worth making and adding to the map. I don't really, I guess on Lewis Stevens Drive, but I don't see this one down at the south end. West Cary, I don't really see a whole lot going west from Morrisville. So I'd be interested in having more there. I guess at least on greenways, I see some bike paths. Are we considering, or can we include consideration for shade for pedestrians and cyclists?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Shade for pedestrians and cyclists.
So, yeah, to an extent, that's why we are looking at and exploring street trees. That's a complicated thing because of the NCDOT clear zone guidance, but also because of utilities. So we need to work with Town of Cary utilities to figure that out to see what the feasibility there is, and then also we do have guidelines from DOT on clear zone that we already have and that we can work with. But those are the two issues there. But yeah, that's street trees would help with that. Mm-hmm. But of course, as I'm sure you know, it takes a while for that to take hold once it's adopted and in the plan and developers are doing it. So.
Right, cool. So would you say that the plan gets us to a low-stress connected bike network usable by all ages and abilities, not just experienced riders?
Yeah, I mean, more so than the 2019 plan. This plan is trying to move more toward the desire to have off-road facilities, not in the roadway facility, as much as possible. The more you can move people out of potential conflicts with motorized vehicles, the more friendly it's going to be for all age groups, except for those really crazy bicyclists that like the adrenaline of riding in traffic. But for most people, that's not what they want to do. And this is really doing that. Going back to the bike lane comment, if you look on the map, there's not really many facilities where we have bike lanes identified. That would be the kind of orangish red dotted lines on the map. Up in Kitts Creek, Carrington Mill, Strand, Stevens Park, Strand. And then the one on Morrisville Carpenter there is actually also co-located with a side path on another side of the street. So you're not seeing, we still are going to have a cross section with bike lanes, but it's not going to be applied in a lot of places, as you see from the map. And where we can and where we have the opportunity, we are trying to take that off-road to side paths, or for there to be a greenway close by that provides pretty good connectivity and alternative travel for most of our major roadways.
So certainly for Morrisville Carpenter, I think that would need to be a protected, separated bike lane for sure. High-speed roadway. So, long question. Does the plan guide Morrisville's development in such a way that will allow children to safely and independently walk and bike through Morrisville without fear from themselves or their parents that they will be struck by a motor vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, we can take a closer look at that. But yeah, certainly that's what the flavor of this is doing, is by taking everything off. We could take a closer look at more direct routes to schools. The comment that you made on the G21, that what you see on the map is actually from RTP's plans, but Michelle, our planning director, has already been working with RTP to change that up a little bit to more of what you were talking about in terms of more of a direct connection than that kind of meandering thing that goes up and connects to nowhere land on Davis Drive. So yeah, I mean, we can take a closer look at that through a finer lens to see what we're doing to provide connectivity, directness of travel on separated facilities from roadways to facilitate travel of children.
Yeah, appreciate that. I know with the amount of families that we have here in Morrisville, I think that would be a prudent thing to look at. I think it's called, kid-friendly designs. A lot of good information out there. Does the plan include measurable targets for reducing private vehicle miles traveled?
No, I mean, no, it doesn't. It's hard to quantify that, particularly in a plan, in a financially unconstrained plan, looking 20 years out, understanding that we want all of these projects. If you have it in your plan, you want all of those projects implemented, but the reality of getting there is not a story. Now, we can look at maybe running the model for if all of those projects are implemented and what that would do. But it's going to give you something that's probably not going to be reality in 20 years, unless, we just have a huge windfall.
And I suppose it would not also include greenhouse gas reduction targets from transportation networks. So how can we as council maximize the local impact points?
For LAP is what you mean for LAP?
Yes.
So really the way Campo does that, so there's the local input points for SPOT and there's also for LAP. So I'll start with LAP. That's just how the town prioritizes, because there could be you can submit multiple projects to the LAP program. I don't know if the town can submit more than one because of our population, but it's based on, so like the city of Raleigh can submit a whole lot of projects because, there's almost 500,000 people. And so they need to prioritize theirs for consideration and to be scored. I'd have to go back and look at the guidebook or the LAP guidance, but I think Morrisville can only really submit one per mode, if I'm not mistaken. So we would automatically get the local priority points no matter what, because we're only submitting one per mode. For SPOT, it comes down to, so the only two categories where local input points are assigned is regional impact and division tier. And for local, for the regional impact tier, only 30% is based on local input. And for division, only 50%. Well, it's more, 50% is based on that. Really, the way Campo does it is they send their projects off to be scored through the SPOT process. They get the scores back. And they look at optimizing with the local input points that the MPO has, how many projects can we get across the finish line to be funded and programmed in the STIP? So they will assign the minimum number of local input points needed to get over that threshold. That's how they play that game. They're actually really good at playing that game. They've had more success with that than any other MPO in the state, even Charlotte. So that's how they do it.
I could add just one more thing to the LAP portion of this specifically. The takeaway that I've always had on this is, yes, you're likely going to be submitting one project per mode each cycle. It's which project you're submitting, because you want your project to be as viable a candidate as you can. So it's kind of looking at these other criteria. That's part of why we do try to align the prioritization process contained within this plan with some of what we see within the lab, so that you already have some of the information that's shown within here at your fingertips, kind of looking at the congestion, crash reduction, all those types of things. So you already get a little bit of a sense of how is this going to perform when I take it up to the next level. And then also understanding some of the things like consistency with the MTP and understanding the viability from a funding standpoint.
I don't think I mentioned it earlier, or I might have. Yes, on the Triangle Bikeway, including that line on the plan. And then last comment here, Are we intentionally aligning this plan with national best practice frameworks like bicycle-friendly communities, walk-friendly communities, complete streets, and Vision Zero, so that we are building toward recognized standards?
So, yes, to some of that. Maybe not. It depends on how far you want to go with it. But, keep in mind the CTP is conceptual, right? We are getting to a good level, actually a pretty good level of design with the cross sections that we're applying to different roadway segments. And we have standards for greenways and all that. But some of the others, like nitty gritty that you get into with how to design systems and all, and the scope of the CTP doesn't really get into that as much because it's all very conceptual. And, systems development is similar to project development where, there's a process where you go through steps of refinement and get to a final solution. So I guess my best answer is yes to some of that. maybe no to other parts, and depending on how far you want to look at it. But
Yeah, follow-up question on that. Will this comprehensive transportation plan update position Morrisville to successfully apply for the bicycle-friendly community designation from the League of American Bicyclists? And if not, what gaps remain?
Yeah, we can look into that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please. And then if anyone has second thoughts, please put up your things.
I was just going to say, I'm going to be fast because we need a break, but I will really be fast. Thank you. Excellent presentation on the question of the 147, 885, connecting to Town Hall Drive. I've always been a no on that. I will tell you, though, you had me, Brett, when you talked about the high school. You gave me pause, so I'm going to ask, has anybody weighed in on that whole connection? Have you heard anything from the public?
So we at the farmers market, we did not. I didn't hear anything specifically. We haven't pulled any of that data, the input that we've received so far from the survey together to see, but we, of course, will be sharing that with the council in June. So we're happy to share what thoughts we may have received on that.
Okay, because that was going to be my next question. When are we going to see that feedback from the public? So you answered that. So yeah, I'd be curious. I would still think it's not going to be widely popular, but I'd be curious if you got any feedback on that. So, okay, thank you for that. The sidewalk map, I realize you have a note in there to look at, so these are not all the sidewalk gaps in town, and you have a note on there to look at the sidewalk prioritization. Can we do some kind of hyperlink there to that? I think the easier we make it for folks to find information, the better. I realize this will be a document, but it'll also be somewhere out there on our website. And so maybe this is the only place I'm thinking of it right now. There's probably other areas. So keep that in mind too. And on the Morrisville Parkway, I'm going to revisit that real quick one more time. There are 4 different areas, and in your attachment, you do kind of give a little bit more detail, not a whole lot. And it sounds like I think the 4 areas, 3 are intersection improvements, and I want to make sure I get it right. The one, which is the I-16, is only a study. There's no decisions made. That's the Black Ridge and Creek Park at Morrisville Parkway.
I'd have to go and grab my.
You can, well, if you can get it quick. Otherwise, just I think I want to follow up that. Whatever happens right there is, I am like hyper focused on that whole thing. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. So
that is something that came from the intersection improvements study. But I think just to kind of back up, on Morrisville Parkway, we already have 65% design for improvements along that corridor that include improvements at these intersections. And some of the improvements include high visibility crosswalks, some channelization, some access management at some of these intersections, some signalization. And what the council just actually approved the resolution for earlier in the meeting to submit for a Safe Streets for All grant would be for all of those improvements. That all started with the Morrisville Parkway Access Management Study that was done by Campo in the town of Morrisville, with VHB taking the lead as the consultant. So then the town funded design for specific improvements along that corridor that would implement the recommendations in the access management study. So what we would do, I think what we will do is we'll just take that and put it on, just be more specific about what goes on the map.
Okay, so it's already been, because it says study on, well, what slide is it? It's page 9 of that attachment, when it talks about,
Okay, yeah, it came from the 2021 intersection improvement study.
Oh,
As
that,
the source, not that it's only studied now.
Yeah, as the source of where it came from.
okay. Is there going to be more detailed about all these intersection improvements, or we have the detail?
For some of them, for a lot of them we do, and we can provide that. For some of them, again, it's really just hey, something needs to happen here, and there's not a lot of.
Yeah, because okay, that's fine. I can ask this offline too. I'm just, again, hyper-focused on that particular one as well. And then lastly, I'm just going to say this tonight, the Triangle Bikeway, I'm in favor of keeping that on the map for all the reasons everyone talked about.
Thank you.
Okay, great presentation. I don't think that I noted that I would also like to keep the connection from Town Hall to Providence Place, and that I'm very interested in doing what we can to get towards a bike-friendly community as well. So I just want to add those. Does anyone else have anything else they'd like to add for this group? We'll be hearing from them again in June. Lots of work will be done then, and lots of opportunities for the public to weigh in as well. So we welcome the public to let us know what they're looking for our roads, sidewalks, and greenways. We good for a break, sir? Yep, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please reconvene at 9:16 up here on the dais. Thank you. So we're coming back from break right now. Thank you very much. We have one public hearing scheduled this evening. We now invite Shelley Mayo, Planner 3, to the podium.
Good evening. The project in front of you is a proposed conditional rezoning for a portion of the property located at 1800 Strand Street. It's part of the overall pathway development. This is just to give you an idea of everything in the vicinity and roughly where it's located. The owner, King Street Properties, is the applicant. The proposed rezoning area is actually within the red line on the map, and it measures about 4.6 acres. The applicant's proposing to change the zoning from the existing Business Activity Center Gateway Overlay District to basically the exact same thing, except that we're adding conditions to it. So it's conditional Business Activity Center Gateway Overlay District. As you can see, the adjacent properties to the north and west are also zoned BAC Go. To the east is Cary's Resource and Recreation District. Then to the south, a portion of it is also BAC Go, and then another portion is Industrial Management. The 2021 future land use map designates this area as BAC, and this proposed rezoning is consistent with that as well. Novartis has, so this rezoning request is part of a larger overall economic development project to bring Novartis to the town to manufacture their small, I'm sorry, I just lost my place. To manufacture medications and pharmaceuticals in this area. Currently, there's an agreement for an existing building and pathway development that's building 2. That agreement will bring 100 new jobs with an average wage of about $120,000, including bonus or not including bonuses and benefits, and a total of $231 million capital investment. If this rezoning is approved, it will bring some additional jobs on top of that and additional investment to the town. As part of that overall manufacturing process, Novartis really needs to be able to store large quantities of chemicals in the above ground storage tanks. And that's the entire reason behind this rezoning. The current UDO prohibits that in the airport overlay district and in the outdoor storage section. This particular process was decided on because instead of trying to rewrite a whole section of the UDO and hope that it fits everywhere in town, this process actually allows you, the town council, to both loosen and tighten some standards in the UDO and evaluate it really on a site-specific level instead of trying to write those broad sweeping standards. It also allows staff to do a better job of evaluating exactly what's being proposed, where it's being proposed, and make our best recommendation to you. So then this sketch plan, it shows what we're expecting. Within this heavy dashed line is the rezoning area and what's being called Building 7. This is actually the road that connects all the way out to McCrimmon. There's another large piece that will be built upon in the future. And then this Building 4 is anticipated to sit between the internal road and Building 7, kind of shielding everything from view elsewhere. This section here to the south is where the above ground storage tanks are intended to be located. And then this section, this line through here is actually the greenway connection that connects up to our multi-use path along Strand, that connects all the way out to McCrimmon and connects to the larger overall greenway throughout the pathway site, wrapping around a portion of the Crabtree Lake wetlands. So we have several conditions before you. Since you have the text, I'm not actually going to read every one of them verbatim to you. I figure no one really wants to listen to me do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is try to summarize each one and tell you what it means and how it's different from what you would get otherwise, or what different from the UDO in general. Their staff's best attempt at supporting safe and responsible chemical storage and relief from some architectural conditions, and attempts to improve the site experience and add some additional sustainability standards. I want to say at the outset that Novartis and Pathway have been excellent to work with on all of this. They've worked very closely with us and were very receptive to everything that we asked them for. So these have been accepted by the applicant, and there were very few things that we needed to negotiate with on that one. The first one is a very standard zoning condition for us. It basically just says that any development that comes about as a part of this rezoning is going to very closely match the sketch plan that you just saw. There is some language in here to allow some small changes as we go through the design and review process, just to make sure that we can actually meet the UDO and the standards, because sometimes we don't see those things on the sketch plan level, but it will be very consistent with what you just saw. The second one says that this rezoning will only apply to that heavy outline that you saw. It will not apply to the rest of the parcel. It is only that small section there. The third one says that this is just countering a section in the UDO. It basically just says that outdoor above-ground storage tanks that contain hazardous materials are allowed to be located above ground if all of the other local, state, and federal requirements are met. Currently, the UDO requires storage tanks over a certain size to be underground. So this is just that statement that says, for this particular rezoning, that section does not apply as long as they meet the other standards required. Now this next one is to kind of provide some bracketing around that, to provide a fence, as it were. Above ground storage tanks are prohibited within special flood hazard areas and or 50-foot riparian buffers. We don't want them in areas that are going to flood or in areas where they might impact stormwater, even accidentally. Next one says that secondary containment will be provided for all above ground tanks containing hazardous materials. This means that even though the tanks themselves hold the materials and they're very sturdy, there will be a wall and a waterproof container built around it. They'll be outdoors, but there will be a masonry wall that holds any water that comes around it or any materials, and that's just in case something happens. We don't have it just dribbling out into the parking lot, for example. That secondary containment system will need to have enough capacity to contain at least 150% of the volume of the largest tank in each enclosure, plus any firefighting volume needed based off the minimum requirements in the North Carolina Fire Code. The method of the secondary containment has to be approved by both the fire marshal and the town engineer. If any changes are proposed in the future, those changes have to be reviewed and approved by both the fire marshal and the town engineer. Any above ground storage tanks must also be located in the drainage area of the stormwater control measure on site. Now that's just saying that we don't want them in a section that will not flow towards the stormwater control measure, because that leaves the potential for untreated rainwater to mix in and go somewhere else. So if 3/4 of the site is going towards one particular SCM, then this has to be within that same SCM drainage area. That's all that says. And then the next one simply says that those materials and the containment system cannot connect directly to the sanitary sewer system. We talked to Town of Cary. They don't have the capacity to treat any water coming off of that containment area, and they really don't want it to do any damage to any of our water and sewer plants. Neither do we. Nobody wants that. So they just said, hey, look, we're not gonna let this connect to the sewer system. The total storage space for the hazardous materials will not exceed 290,000 gallons on that parcel. Now, that's including any waste that they generate. So there will be waste. That waste will go into some of these large above ground tanks. And basically this says that the total tank space cannot exceed this amount. And staff settled on this because these tanks aren't actually going to be filled all the way to the top because they're pressurized. That's actually just not a good idea at all. So we don't have any way of determining how many gallons are actually on site. What we can determine is how much potential space is available on site. This is not correct somehow. All right, I apologize. There's a typo on this. Number 9 is actually not supposed to be on this slide deck. I'm not entirely certain what happened. But no, just ignore number 9. It is not being asked for at this point. It was taken off because there's a building inspections concern. Originally, we were asking for a roof over the top of everything, but once they got into the building inspections portion of designing the site, they discovered that that was not something they could actually do without taking everything interior. So please just ignore that one. I apologize. I don't know what happened. The next one is that the area containing the above ground storage tanks and the associated loading area will be access controlled. Since these are hazardous chemicals, we don't want everybody and their brother to be able to access them, so there will be gates and only approved personnel will be able to access them. So that's just to make sure that that's clear for everyone involved. And then on the next portion, all above ground tanks will meet the requirements of the UDO. This particular section is regarding screening and outdoor storage. It just says that it'll essentially be screened from off-site view. There will be screening around the tank enclosure itself so that you can't see the tanks particularly easily. They'll be screened from off-site view in the greenway by a louvered or solid wall, which will be at least as tall as the tallest proposed tank, and the limits of that full height screen wall is shown in the sketch plan as well. This condition says that building 7 is exempt from the facade wall length and facade wall features section of the UDO. These two sections require that there be additional aesthetic elements in order to make the building more attractive in general. The facade wall length one basically says anything longer than 100 feet has to have recesses and projections along the entire thing, so you don't have a giant flush blank wall. In this particular situation, this building is very far back from the road. It's not really visible off-site at all. And it's actually sits much lower than the internal roads by about 12 to 15 feet. Plus, it'll be behind another building entirely. And then adding these recesses and projections actually makes it a little harder for the applicant to maximize the interior space efficiently. So this just leaves them with an easier shape to work within as well. The same thing is similar for the next section. This is just saying that generally speaking, if you have a building that's facing the public right-of-way or even a private street, there have to be additional elements like windows, awnings, seating areas, etc., to make that more aesthetically attractive to most of the population. And because this is set back the way it is and all the other things I just listed, we agreed with the applicant that those were not necessary in this particular situation. The maximum height for building 7 will be up to 83 feet tall. Right now, the UDO in this zoning district only allows up to 65 feet. They need the additional space in order to make their processes work. I'll let the applicant speak to that a little bit more clearly in a moment. They did get approval from RDU for that exemption. RDU is fine with that. So staff agreed with this one as well. The next one is just if exterior lighting is proposed, an exterior lighting plan will be reviewed and approved prior to the certificate of completion for the shell building. Typically, that would be required with the site plan for the entire project. This is to give the applicant a little bit extra time because that particular aspect of the site plan can be pretty time consuming. So to allow them to get started a little faster, we agreed that they could postpone that part if they needed to. Facility staff for Building 7 will be on site 24 hours a day, 365 days a year whenever it's in operation. They expect the plant to be in operation pretty much all the time. It would take pretty dramatic weather for that not to be the case, and even in that case, someone will go through and do a walkthrough every day to make sure everything's safe. The Greenway Trail was shifted at least 10 feet away from the parking lot and drive aisles that were closest to the tank enclosure, and they'll be planted with evergreen landscaping within that 10 feet to minimize views of the tank enclosure. At least 75% of the landscaping planted on this site will be native species or cultivars, and the lower roof of Building 7 will be designed and constructed to support a load equivalent to a future solar panel installation that covers at least 25% of the rooftop. In addition to that, there's one condition which somehow was left off of my slide, and I apologize. I think I switched some pages by accident. The other condition just says that the applicant will be testing any rainwater that falls within that secondary enclosure. Remember, we initially talked about it having a roof over it. Well, without the roof, there will be water that falls within it. Every time there's a significant rain, they will test that, check to see if it complies with state and federal water quality requirements. If it does, then it will be pumped into the adjacent SCM where it will go through the same filtration process that all other rainwater does. If it does not meet those requirements, it will be removed safely and per state and federal standards to an off-site third-party location where it can be treated appropriately. The applicant agreed to that, and our stormwater manager is here as well if there are any questions. Here's our sketch plan again, just in case you have any questions of me. I'm happy to answer them. On their March 12th meeting, Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended approval of the proposed rezoning. Staff recommends approval of the requested amendment for the following reasons. The proposed zoning district is compatible with our surrounding zoning districts. The requested amendment would allow for development that's compatible with the surrounding area, resulting in a logical and orderly development pattern. It's consistent with the land use plan's vision and the goal of promoting fiscally responsible development by strategically managing and promoting development that will bring high-paying jobs and economic development to benefit our residents and our property owners. And by including the zoning conditions that permit flexibility with these standards and support our public safety and environmental protections, the proposed rezoning upholds the town's strategic plan goal of promoting business-friendly environment to diversify the economic base and attract an educated and highly skilled workforce. The applicant is also here and has a presentation for you as well. If you have any questions for me though first, I'm happy to answer them for you.
I believe some of us do, so why don't we go ahead to Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, please.
Hi, Shelley. Thank you very much for this. And I'm a big fan of your presentation style also.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions on slide 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Not this one.
13.
13, it might be 13, sorry about that. Yeah, so I don't remember discussing this at any other time. The Greenway Trail will be shifted 10 feet. Can you just explain to me exactly who is going to be responsible for that shift and what that's going to entail exactly?
So that's an excellent question. This portion of the Greenway hasn't actually been constructed yet. So it's this dark gray line here. On the original plans for this, the ones that were approved as part of phase 1 with Spark or with Pathway, it was actually right up against the edge of this drive aisle and parking spaces. So when the applicant constructs this, and none of this is out here yet right now, except for a few pieces of the Greenway up here. They will just simply shift this down 10 feet. I say down because the topography does this, so the driveway's up here and then it goes down this way. It'll just shift down 10 feet, and then they'll plant evergreens between the edge of the drive aisle and the parking spaces and the edge of the greenway.
Okay, great. And the other question was actually on that same slide. I don't think I'm clear on if the plant is not in operation. Who's conducting the daily walkthroughs? That's not us, right?
No, that will be someone on their staff.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you very much. I know staff has been working really hard on this, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Spargo Johnson, followed by Councilmember Garamella, please.
Thank you so much. This is a tremendous project that is coming forward, and there's been a lot of work on all parties, and we really do appreciate the constructive dialogue the whole way. I just wanted to call out one additional item that is designated on the ordinance as it's prepared. There was a additional condition that's a fountain or aerator device to be installed in the wet pond near the building 7 drains, and I just wanted to make that publicly known, since that is included on the ordinance as well. That makes a total of 19 conditions, which is a significant amount of updates.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Like I said, I don't know what happened with my slides, but I appreciate you pulling out that piece for me.
But this is a nice list, so yes.
But I was trying to do my best to remember the content of that condition. I knew there was a piece I was missing, so thank you very much.
It's impressive that you have as many memorized as you do, because this is more than just the 5 or 6 that we typically get, so thank you. Again, I don't have any issues with these conditions. They were very thought out, and they have very positive, safety in mind, and the outside storage tanks make sense. From a safety standpoint, if there is an issue, you want to have access as quickly as possible in order to mitigate any risk. So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Patel.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, what kind of security does this plant have?
Sir, that would be a question that's probably better for the applicant.
I'll wait, because my follow-up question is, I'm okay with many other things, but I feel the point number 17, at least 75% landscaping on site. I think with the greenway next to it, and even though you're having a building, like in a wall around it, I don't want people to just walk into this. I think some kind of a fence, or to basically block not coming into it. Just curiosity, they can easily do a sidewalk and just walk into it. And we took a lot of precautions to ensure that storage unit, especially being close to it, I think it should be well secured. That was the reason of asking the security. And then, we just don't want people around that area. Just use the walkway and out.
Understood.
So some kind of a tree will not really cut it, is what I feel.
Councilmember Patel, followed by myself.
I believe it was page. Could you go to page number 10, I believe it was, where you talked about requirement for underground storage. Okay, so you said current EDO calls for underground storage, and do we know what the reason is that we call for underground storage in current EDO?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you say again? I didn't quite hear you.
I think I'm referring to number 6. It says outdoor above ground storage tanks or other vessels containing hazardous materials shall be located in the drainage area of the stormwater control. No, not that. There was one condition that,
Is it the maximum gallons, sir?
no, it was not maximum gallon, sorry.
No, no.
It sounded like you were trying to ask the foundational question, why do we require undergrounding of those tanks?
Yes, why do we require underground storage in the first place?
In general, to my knowledge, it's twofold. When the airport overlay district was originally set up, it was intended to try to reduce any potential negative impacts to the airport or anything flying over. Also, things fall off of airplanes on a fairly regular basis, so having large tanks underground, not giant things, but anything small falling, even a bolt falling off from that far up could potentially damage something like that. And I think the idea was to put them underground to make that easier to protect. Also, at one point, it was considered to be safer to have chemicals and things underground like that, because it was kind of the idea being that the ground would absorb it. Well, we've since learned over many decades that it's really not a great idea to have things out of sight, out of mind, underground for chemicals that, you know, everything breaks, everything wears down eventually, little bits of rust build up. Gas stations are one of the biggest places where you end up having chemical EPA problems, Superfund site, etc., because of small point drainage. So I think that was part of it as well, and I believe it's also an aesthetics concern because I'll be quite frank, generally speaking, large tank farms are not an attractive thing to see. That's why this site was so perfect, because it's so far back from where most people are going to see things that we don't really even have that particular concern.
So that is understandable, but then going back to your first point of things falling from the sky, so to speak.
Now, I do believe, and I apologize, I meant to say this a second ago and I got caught up in my thought process. I believe that we did some of this before we knew as much about what the impacts of having an airport near us are. This is very old language. A lot of the stuff that goes along with that section has gone back in the UDO for many, many years. I went and looked one day out of curiosity, and it's been mostly unchanged for a very long time. So I think that we were trying to come up with language that sounded appropriate and reasonable and safe, and we just have more data now. So these, and the containers that are being used for this kind of thing are generally safer now than they were, say, 25 years ago.
Okay.
So that, I would, however, also encourage you to ask the applicant for questions along those lines as far as tank safety and things, because I have read a few things, but I'm by no means an expert on this particular area. And I believe they may have brought one or two experts with them in this particular area.
Okay, thank you. And if you can go to next page, I believe it was number 9 that you had mentioned we should ignore at this point. But so the question now I have is that what was the reasoning behind us requiring that cover, roof cover in the first place?
Initially, it was an attempt to avoid having any stormwater get into it, so any rainfall or anything like that, because we wanted to avoid having to have a tank and test situation. Not because it's inherently a problem, but because it just adds one more thing that people have to remember to do. And our idea behind it as staff was to try to come up with as many things that we could do to protect the town and protect our water, etc., that required very little thought. Because I don't know about you, but I occasionally, as shown by this slide, forget things, whether I mean to or not. And in this case, it was thankfully a relatively minor item, but we were just trying to attempt to avoid any potential. And potential is all that it really is. They have agreed to testing regularly, providing us access to all of those test reports. maintaining them on site for a period of not less than 5 years, and making sure that that aeration or fountain device is in the pond so that we can make sure there's adequate oxygen in the pond to keep everything alive and good.
Okay, thank you for that. And there was, I'm not sure whether it was previous page, but there was something about not connecting to the sewer system. Was that the next page or previous page?
It's number 7 on this page. It will not connect to the outdoor sanitary sewer system. Yes, sir. That's because when we were initially discussing this with the applicants and with Town of Cary staff, we thought, well, wouldn't it be great if any water that does get inside that containment area, we could just have go into the sewer lines and then just go down to the water treatment plant. And because none of us are sewer people, we didn't have any better, we thought that'd be fantastic. Well, we talked to the people who run the sewer plant and they said, we can't do that. We don't have enough, we don't have the right type of setup. It could potentially damage the sewer plant. So our one and only ask is that these containment systems and tanks not connect to the sewer system.
So then what happens to that?
That stormwater?
Stormwater.
What's going to happen is when it does fall into the containment area, they have scientists and technicians on site who will come out and they will test the water. Any water that falls within that large brick or masonry wall. And they'll test it to confirm that it meets certain state and federal standards. I believe there's state standards, but I'll ask the applicant to confirm that for me. And then if that water's clean and meets those standards, it gets pumped. It's a separate containment. It doesn't have a pipe directly connecting it or anything. There'll be a separate pump that gets lowered into it and it will pump it directly into the stormwater control, so the pond. And if it does not meet that, then that same pump will go in there, but it'll connect it to a truck that they can pump that into and take it to a third-party place that will treat it appropriately.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, I had a couple, and then Councilmember Kessling. On slide 13, the height of 83 feet, the building in front of it, fronting closer to the road, is going to be how tall?
I don't have an exact height on that. The maximum height is 65 feet. This particular building sits about 12 feet lower than the other building. The pad will sit about 10 to 12 feet lower. And it'll be about 45 feet tall according to the applicant.
Okay, so how much of this will be visible from the road? Because we're not really doing anything aesthetic. I'd rather not have a building that's unattractive visible.
83 minus 57 is 25, if I'm doing arithmetic right. So about 25 feet, but it'll be visible up and back. So you really won't even see that much of it. Excuse me, I'm gonna go to the sketch plan. The building 4 is deep enough that even if you're standing on the road in front of it right here, just the angle won't allow you to see very much of it at all. You'll see a small sliver of it across the front, and that'll be about it.
Okay, and then as far as McCrimmon as well, that's a different
McCrimmon is
angle.
even further away. I'm going to.
But that would be a shallower look.
Yeah.
So I'm just concerned that when you build that fronter building, if the back building is unattractive, do what you can to make it a little nicer, put some stuff on the front building. Does that make sense? Because the front building will have to look nice-ish.
Sure. That's understandable. So this McCrimmon is
Really
up here.
far.
This is several hundred feet deep already. And then building 4 will sit approximately here. And it's already 10 feet lower than the road there. And then you go down and it's quite wide. And then you'll have another drop off of about 10 feet or so before you get to building 7. So you will not be able to see this from McCrimmon at all.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I just a little concerned about something that sort of looks really out of place in that area of town. We don't have anything really just popping up like that.
I will say that I've already started reviewing the site plan, and the architecture is very consistent with everything else that's out at Pathway already.
Okay, yeah, everything's looking good out there. So is concerned when you're doing all the rain talking, all the tanks are sealed and pressurized, so they have a top. So I thought at first maybe you were thinking that the rain was going into them. That's not the case at all.
It's more just, no, there's no rain going into them. It's more a case of testing to make sure little dribbles haven't gotten out. Think about when you're putting gas in your car. Even though there's a shutoff valve, and both within the gas handle and everything else, there's still a couple little dribbles. Now, they actually have far more complicated and cleaner handles and pumps
Delivery
for
systems,
it.
yeah.
But staff is always still a little concerned with things, so we wanted to make sure that that was addressed. And we also wanted to make certain that if somehow something small has a leak or an error or gets damaged, that we have a condition in place to make sure that it's taken care of.
Yeah, and it's like an alarm system in a way as well. Okay, thank you. That helps me a lot. Councilmember Kessler, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Just have a couple of questions. Have we been provided with the material safety data sheet on this solvent?
We have not. We have, however, been provided with a list of the chemicals that they've proposed. Staff has read through those. I would leave that conversation, any additional questions about safety data sheets of the chemicals, either to the applicant or to our wonderful fire marshal.
That was my follow-up question. I'm assuming that the fire department's prepared for this. Are there any additional needs that the fire department would need?
This system has been designed by professionals.
Could you please identify yourself at the microphone for the record? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Charles Eldridge, fire marshal. The system that they've got designed is way above what the code required. This system will also protect us or anyone around if they would walk up in there and something would happen. This has got an early detection system. It will automatically start discharging the foam and applying it without the fire department even being there. So that's going to be a plus for us if something would ever happen. And the engineers here tonight that can go more into detail. We're very comfortable with this. We don't see any reason to hold it back at all.
Yeah, follow-up question on that.
Yes, sir.
Would we need more capacity in the fire department to handle this?
The only thing that we put forward to the applicant was being able to maintain extra foam on the site for us. So that would not be a big cost to the town. The resources we have would be fine. Yes, sir.
And then with this foam, is there any stormwater concern from that being?
Well, we hope as this thing is applied properly and built, that it would maintain all the foam within inside the area. That's why we got the wall built around, and it's been designed to keep everything inside that.
But if there's stormwater drainage within the footprint?
The drainage is not actually directly in the footprint of it. It requires an additional pump to be dropped into it every time water is pumped out.
So when it rains?
It stays.
It stays in there?
It stays.
Okay.
It gets tested, and then someone has to physically put a pump in order to pump it into either the SCM or
Gotcha.
that transport truck.
And then, is there any explosion risk with this material?
Since we took the roof off, that is really going to help us because it's not going to hold everything low. Everything's going to be able to vent properly into the air. So that took the explosion part out to where if roof was there, we're holding those fumes underneath, something could happen. Mm-hmm. So I was really glad to see the roof was taken off. It's dancing.
And then would the town receive regular reports on the stormwater quality?
Mm-hmm. We'll be provided with those at least once a year, and we'll have access to them at any other time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I believe at this time we're ready for the applicant's presentation.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today. I want to especially thank the Planning and Zoning team for their cooperation and collaboration on this matter. Hello, I'm Rob Zamboldi with Novartis Pharmaceuticals, responsible for our U.S. real estate footprint. And in respect of the time this evening, I'll keep my remarks relatively short and happy to take more questions as they come up. For those not familiar with Novartis, we're a Swiss-based pharmaceutical company with roots dating back more than 200 years ago. For many years, we were a large conglomerate company, but today we are focused on global medicines with about 75,000 employees who reimagine medicine to improve and extend people's lives. Our key brands include Entresto, Cosentyx, and Kisqali, a revolutionary breast cancer product which is planned to be manufactured here in Morrisville. Novartis has a long presence in the US and even here in North Carolina with plants in Holly Springs and Durham. Now we are stepping up our US footprint as we announced plans last year for a $23 billion investment in the US. Through a nationwide site selection process, we made the strategic business decision to locate our critical manufacturing investment in the Durham and Morrisville areas. We celebrated 3 of these new plants in a groundbreaking ceremony last December, and today want to seek your support to add yet another facility to Morrisville. Novartis' focus on matters related to the environment, safety, and community places us as a respected leader in the industry, consistently going above and beyond standards for the betterment of the communities in which we operate. As an example, our environmental targets around sustainable energy, water use, and water disposal far exceed our peers, placing us as a climate leader for 3 consecutive years, and placing us well on our way to have our own facilities achieve net zero by 2030. Which would include the facilities here in Morrisville. The relief we are seeking today through this conditional rezoning are well within industry norms for this type of facility, and we are agreeable to the conditions set forth by the planning team to ensure a safe and complementary backdrop to the surrounding community. The program we are proposing in Morrisville is what we call small molecule manufacturing. In other words, pills and tablets. We have already secured a facility in the Pathway Triangle campus for the downstream activities, which is converting powders and tablets into placing these tablets into final packaging. The facility we are discussing today is the upstream process of converting various raw materials into chemical active ingredients. These APIs will be transported to the neighboring facility and used in the downstream process. The relief we are seeking are typical design elements in facilities such as this: the height to support the gravity flow of materials, and the above-ground storage for reasons of maintenance, safety, and environmental impact. Given the long setback from McCrimmon Parkway and the complete screening of the storage tanks, we feel these exceptions will be unnoticeable to the surrounding community. It's important to note that all design concepts will meet or exceed all standards, all code standards, and operate under applicable permits. The necessity of the storage facility is process-driven. It is a closed system which feeds fresh solvents to the process where they assist in creating the desired molecule. Once the solvents are used in this process, the spent solvents are returned to a holding tank for later transport for disposal. So you can imagine this is a completely closed system, fresh solvents going into the process, being used for the process, and then those same solvents returned after they do their job of breaking these molecules into the strands that we need them to be. That material is then transported off-site and disposed of according to applicable laws and permits that we will have for this process. Moving through the site plan, I think we spent enough time going through this, and I'm happy to focus on more questions here, but I will continue on to talk about a little bit about some of the process safeguards around the storage tank in particular. And to touch upon a couple key points here, I first want to focus on prevention. As we mentioned, this facility and this solvent storage tank will exceed code in all aspects. It will either meet or exceed all code requirements. As we said before, it is a closed process, one which does not emit vapors into the environment. From the protection perspective, the facility will be equipped with a foam fire suppression system. It will have automatic detection in case there was ever to be an issue, and then upon that detection, the automatic foam fire suppression system would then eliminate the fire. In conclusion, we just want to talk, the manufacturing process is one that's well understood and is utilized in similar facilities around the world. The relief we are seeking are typical design elements of facilities such as this, and we feel the conditions that we are agreeing to will allow the facility to blend in well in the surrounding area. Novartis is excited to be in Morrisville and the greater Raleigh area, and we look forward to being a productive component of the community. I'm happy to take any questions you may have at this time, and I have a team of experts here to go into more details on anything from fire suppression to the chemical makeup of the facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that augmented presentation. I'd like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Rabati.
Hi. I'd first like to say how thrilled I am about this project. I, as I'm sure most women in my age group do, have friends and loved ones that are still alive today because of your breast cancer medications. So I'm just really excited that you've chosen Morrisville for your home. I do have a question. I think it was slide 8, the one with the picture of the tanks. The next one, I think. No, not that one either. God. Yeah, the red tanks.
Fire protection.
Yeah, fire protection, exactly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
So obviously this has a roof on it. This isn't going to be the system that we have. But I wanted to ask a question about the fire suppression, the foam. So when that fire suppression system is activated, will the fire department be automatically notified, or is there some interim step there that we should know about?
Well, the foam would only go off in the event of a fire alarm. The
Right.
alarm is connected to the fire department. So
Okay.
they would-
Oh, thank you. I didn't
yes.
realize that. Thank you.
And in this picture, these are not the tanks. These are the fire suppression. This is the fire suppression with foam. And what's interesting here, you can see around these 2 red tanks is what's called your secondary containment. So, and this is a similar design that you would have around the entire exterior solvent storage area, which would have that secondary containment. So if the foam were to ever deploy onto one of the tanks that had an issue, that foam is collected in the area here and it's not going into the stormwater system. Same concept for the rainwater. Rainwater falls through, it is collected in here. Once it reaches a point, it's tested and it's discharged either to the storm sewer, into the storm sewer, or it's taken off for off-site treatment if it doesn't meet the requirements that we adhere to.
Okay. Thank you.
So Councilmember Kessler, followed by Councilmember Patel, please.
I would be interested in the chemical makeup of the solvents. Is it multiple solvents or just one solvent?
There are various solvents that are required depending on the products that are being manufactured. There's roughly 10 products, I believe, that we manufactured here. Specifics on the solvents themselves, I may have to ask my team to come up with their specific questions on the types of solvents. Just say a couple words here.
Hey, I'm Mike Payne. I'm senior process engineer with Arcadis, who's designing the facility. The tank specifically, you will have a solvent methanol. There's an ethanol tank, toluene, acetonitrile, MTBE, THF. I'm drawing a blank on some of the other ones right now. Acetone tank. We do have them all planned out and covered in the area. There's no real reactivity issues if that's what you're concerned about either.
Yeah, I understand it's only flammability.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I had a question about what the wages will be for the Building 7 facility staff that has to be there.
From a wages perspective, similar to Building 2, which you saw on the earlier presentation, I think the number is 112,000 was, if I get it exactly right, is average salary for the roughly 80 to 100 associates who would be employed in this facility.
So the people that have to work on Christmas, let's say, would be above living wage salaries.
Correct. So generally for holidays, it's even on top of that, there are additional things. Although we do typically shut down those times a year. But.
I remember in the previous presentation that the facility would be manned 24/7.
It is manned. Yes, it is manned. It is manned 100. It is manned 365 days a year. Correct. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's 24 hours of the day.
24 hours of the day. Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patel, please.
One question I had, I think it was already answered, about the tanks. So the tanks in the picture were actually
the foam suppression
system, not the. All right, I think that was it. I did have another one, but I'll come back to it. I forgot what it was.
Okay, I believe those are our questions for the applicant at this time. If Shelley, you want to come back up, we're going to declare the public hearing open at this time. I'd like to ask the town clerk if there's anyone who signed up to speak at this public hearing.
There was no one signed up, but the sheet is on the podium if anyone would like to sign up at this time.
Is there anyone here in the room who would like to speak on this public hearing? Okay. Council plans to leave this public hearing open until the April 28th, 2026 Town Council meeting, and anyone who did not get a chance to speak this evening may share their comments on the 28th. Does Council have any other questions or thoughts at this time before we move on? Anything for us, Planner Mayo, at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, excellent. We look forward to coming back then and having the public hearing. Then it'll be up to the council whether or not we want to take action on that evening, because sometimes we don't if there's people speaking and new information comes to light. We don't really seem to have any more questions for you, so thank you very much for making the time to come join us. We ran a little later than expected. We appreciate your patience. Nice job bringing all this together for us. Thank you very much. Okay, you too. At this time, we're at item 13, and if anyone's interested, you can have a full listing of our events. Please see the Town Council calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov. We're now at council and manager comments. Councilmember Kessling will share first, and I will be following him.
No comments.
I also have no comments. Councilmember Abadi, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
Yes, I would like to just say briefly in the if you know, you know category. Hate and targeted harassment have no place in Morrisville, and I think that we are all very much agreed on that. I also did want to share that we, just as a society in general, but let's just say as people that live together in a town, we've got to be more careful about sharing misinformation or information that is not confirmed on social media. So looking forward to the events of this weekend. I hope to attend as many as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm really looking forward to Spring Fest on Saturday, and the farmers market will be open in the morning. Hope everyone can visit both. There's a very busy weekend. I believe we also have a Movies in the Park on Friday. So, the- yeah, and Nepal Day, which was just shared with us earlier in the meeting. So, if you have time to do all of the events, it'd be great, or take one if you can. So, busy weekend ahead. And I'd also like to take a point of privilege and say congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines on their NCAA basketball championship. For those of you that know, if you know, you know, I am a Wolverine, so I was pretty excited this tournament season. I think it's the first time since 1989 that they were NCAA champions, so thank you.
Excellent, congratulations. Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Patel.
I have three quick ones. First, I want to say thank you to the Morrisville Police Department for their recognition of this month as Child Abuse Prevention Month and their blue pinwheel ceremony. I thank them for their efforts and what they do year-round, and then for recognizing this really special event. I've got my pinwheel pin on right now, and that's what those pinwheels are that we see across the street behind us, representing Child Abuse Prevention Month. So thank you to the Morrisville Police Department. Also, shout out and thank you to our IT department. Rick and Billy did a fabulous job with the senior event the other night. I got great feedback. I had a lot of fun too. I participated in the game too, and it was, they did an excellent job. And not only was it a fun event, but the feedback I got was that the seniors learned something very important about our website and how to use it to search for the information that they want. And they demonstrated that during the event. So very, very well done. And then lastly, hopefully somebody will be listening to this recording right now or will listen in the days to come. But I just want to remind folks that here in the area, we have a Purple Stride event coming up on April 25th. Purple Stride is the walk to end pancreatic cancer. And I mention it because not only are there current and former council members, staff, current and former staff, and of course residents in this community that have been affected by pancreatic cancer. So if anyone is interested in learning more, there'll be about 2,000 of us out on April 25th raising money. Right, so far, our local group here in the Raleigh, we call ourselves a Raleigh-Durham affiliate. We've raised over $4 million, and some of that money stays right here at UNC, and we're really proud of that, doing research for pancreatic cancer, early detection and better treatment options. So reach out to me, or you can search purplestride.org/Raleigh-Durham, and you can find information on the event on April 25th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Patel.
So first, staff for putting together a couple of very informative presentations. I also want to thank the residents who came out to speak about the budget and their concerns with the taxes. One of the residents on Church Street mentioned that there should be a question related to taxes on the budget survey. I remember there was a question, but apparently it wasn't worded in a way that everybody interpreted it to be a budget-related question. So maybe we should work on rephrasing that question next time. And if possible, I would like to also know before our next budget session, what were the answers for that question that we received from the survey? Other than that, I'm looking forward to this weekend's events, having missed several events in the last couple of weeks. And one last comment is the public hearings, such as the one we had tonight, should probably be held earlier in the evening. 10 o'clock at night, not many people are going to show up, even if they're concerned about something. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Town Manager, anything for the good of the order?
I'll be brief. To let you know, the 2026 agendas are now up on the website. We are working on getting 2025 up there. I know that sounds like it really ought to be simple. We're working on it. So thank you to Kayla and I think IT for getting that taken care of, and we will have the others up as soon as is humanly possible. Also, the budget dashboard will go active tomorrow on the website. So we'll be adding information at the presentations we've already done, the current FAQ document. Again, we're working on updating that FAQ document. As we update it, it'll be posted there, of course, in addition to being made available to you. While we're on budget, want to share, I alluded to this last time, but want to clarify for you and particularly for the public, we're going to push back our budget schedule essentially by one meeting for everything. So we were scheduled to come back to you April 28th and offer a recommended budget. We had a lot of good information on April 9th, but we're not ready to make a recommended budget to you. I think we need to have some more conversation. So we're going to have a work session on the 28th. We were already scheduled for a work session that Thursday, the 30th. And then we will present recommended budget on May 12th. There's already an optional work session, May 14th. We can discuss that as we get a little further into whether you want to keep that or not. May 26th would be the public hearing. There's also an optional work session scheduled the 28th if you feel you need that or if we ask you to have that. And then June 9th would be the proposed night to vote on the budget. So just, we'll get that on the website, on the dashboard as well, but want to share that with you and particularly so the public can hear that as we get that up on the website. Any questions on that? Okay. Lastly, you saw an email earlier from Kimberly, but the advisory committee recruitment started today. Deadline is May 27th. We have another number of openings, so please encourage those that you know to consider applying and share that ad as much as you can through your own mediums. Thank you.
We've had lots of discussions. Is it the case that we're going to reach out to the people whose applications are already here to let them know that they're being considered this time?
Yeah,
Just
that's
to
standard
circle back?
procedure now.
I thought so. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'll recognize Councilmember Rabadi.
No, I'm going to make the motion to adjourn.
Would you like to make the motion to adjourn?
I would like to make the motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi. Do I have a second? And a second from Councilmember Kessling. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. It's 10:21. We are now adjourned. Thank you all very much.
I was going to start